have to look them up in a second. Very well.
The rocks were a pretty good idea, Whisper.
Yeah. Of course. I don't know why we didn't do it sooner. How did we suppose we did it? Pretty soon, I think.
Hi, guys.
Good morning.
I guess I should probably wake them up.
Do so.
Probably.
Sunny, I'm not gonna go in there because of, so, it's
What?
morning.
No.
Yes.
Wake up, sleepyhead, or I need to kick you out of the bed like I did in the tavern. Never learn.
What's on the docket for today?
To be honest, I think it's just more setting up. I
Understood.
haven't been told anything.
Yippee.
Like I
We
said,
might have a
we're-
meeting today, I'm not sure.
Very well. I'm gonna try to catch Malik early, continue off where we finished off the conversation last night. After that,
Alright,
we know the rest.
fair enough.
Oh, that's right. I suppose if there is a meeting, it is relevant. Did you tell her about me yesterday, or?
Oh, I did not. We kind of all separated.
You're
Um,
vague about it, but
well, something else, not that situation.
yeah.
Vesper here. He has been officially promoted to second in command.
Oh,
Mm.
that's good to know. So now we actually have that sorted out.
Right, oh. Yeah. Keep things official at the very least.
You're right. Not a morning person, I see.
Mm-mm.
Well, maybe we get some food then.
Okay.
Right. Speaking of, I've been thinking about maybe grabbing a pot or something, and we could at least in the morning I could cook some breakfast for us, so that we don't
That
have to
sounds
go
good.
in there. It's so crowded, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Why are people up there already?
They were up there.
I don't know why.
Some people from Umbra were up there messing around. Looks like they were trying to set up something up there, so that might be what it is.
Oh, Sunny, later I would like to speak with you regarding something, alright?
No worries, I got you.
Okay. Can I get a little bit of an idea of the topic?
Sunny.
Oh, I thought you said
Not
Céline.
Céline.
I heard Céline. I'm sorry.
Sunny.
That shows you how awake I mean, that shows you just how awake I am. I'm not.
I suppose.
I could see how that got confusing. Céline sang.
I mean, if it's said with like a slight mumble, you can kind of get them confused.
There's something the matter, Pippa?
Oh,
He's also not used to keeping watch either.
Yeah.
Affect me a little too.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
that's...
notice what's meant to been set up.
I was gonna say, that's not exactly helping either. Given, well... the whole lack of barrier.
Auxiliary members?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's Blank.
Rowan, big news.
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
So-
Look
Thank
at
you.
this way. There's room for opportunity.
I can't believe they said that about you, Sonny.
And
I know. What do you? I'll have you know that I brush my tail every morning and every night. This is slander.
Get enlightened, mate, all.
Right.
Don't go stabbing, she won't get.
Get there before everybody else kind of gets up and starts getting all the good stuff.
Digging into it.
You'll be
Yeah.
stuck with fish if you don't get it now. Is all I'm saying.
Something early bird.
I don't mind
Oh,
it
there we
too
go.
much.
After the month or 2 weeks or however long on the boat, I'm already sick of it.
Okay, well then.
Looks like people are already starting to go in.
Well then you can get some meat and petite.
I'm gonna get some
The
soup.
petite. Oh, look at me. Yum, yum, yum. Order.
Morning.
What kind of energy
Hello.
to start the day?
Good morning.
I tell ya.
Petite.
I guess I just gotta figure out what eating from now on.
Well, I mentioned
just
Maybe fix this place.
Well,
of
hopefully
course.
by tomorrow or in a couple of days, I'll have something set out in the little camp.
Yeah, I'm sure we can find a pot around or something. Must be a few on the ship at least.
so we ever find one or? Yeah, there's probably a way to make a makeshift one as long as it's the right material.
Potatoes.
Yeah, I wouldn't know much about that, to be honest.
If the right stuff is there, I might be able to kind of hammer something out. I mean, if worst case, the new guy probably be able to help out. I mean, he definitely knows his way around that stuff.
Like, there are enough usable
I guess
flat
it would be-
surfaces in here.
Feel
Well,
free to join us.
I mean, we haven't exactly put a whole lot in there, and some of that is still broken.
You want me to make more furniture?
Yeah.
Ah,
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be you, but
I don't mind.
the royal we in this case.
It's kind of fun. The royal.
You know, I thought that my life of having to eat without utensils was behind me once again, but oh well.
Beggars
be in
can't
storage
be
somewhere.
choosers or something.
We got. I was gonna say we got the important stuff out first, which was the
We weren't
food.
exactly prioritizing it either.
I don't know why
Yeah,
should
what
I
I'm
get
working
this?
on.
It feels weird.
What many things there were.
Good morning.
Hey,
Morning,
Luca.
Captain.
Morning.
If no one's gonna sit down, then I will.
Mm.
No, I won't. Never mind.
I wouldn't trust that stool anyway.
Yeah.
It looks like it's been there for a while, so just be careful because there
Oh,
might be
yeah,
wood
I don't-
rot.
You're right. Don't trust the stool.
The stool has hands.
Yeah, if you're not careful, it'll go under and punch you or something. Oh, Sonny. Oh, you're dizzy. Oh.
Are you alright?
Yeah, Sonny? You good?
I'm okay. Ooh, I think I'm not awake yet.
You haven't gotten her in stores, have you?
Oh dear.
Nothing, never mind.
I was gonna say, no, we would know if she had been dabbling in a bit of Rin's stuff. You wouldn't.
Speaking of her, is she still asleep?
I mean,
Imagine, yeah.
they were in the tent with you, I'd imagine. So.
You know, you got a point.
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
I was gonna say you would know more than anybody.
Aw.
It's delicious.
Oh,
She's really,
well,
yeah, she's
no.
really soft.
What?
She
you want
she
some?
laid on me.
No, thank you. I already had
Alright.
soup.
She warned me. It's
You
okay.
want some Thai?
Okay. That's just I'm not used to people saying that sort of thing just so matter of fact. So I wasn't ready for it.
Oh, is it weird?
Rowan
I think
mentioned
it's
the possibility
normal.
of there being meetings once a
Are
year,
you still sharing
so
a bed, you know?
I'll wait a bit.
Well,
in case there
I was
are
gonna
more.
say I didn't have siblings, so I don't really know the whole
Yeah,
sibling life.
Well, especially when they're
potentially
younger than you,
some
they'll look for
chancellors.
any opportunity to be like next to you or on you. Or...
Also,
That's
I
my
feel like that might
fault,
be.
At some point,
I don't think
If you're
that's
still
really
hungry,
something.
yeah.
I've never really heard of anybody doing that
which might
from
happen right
around my
after, I'm not
age
sure.
back
Sure,
home, so I
sure.
think that might not really be probably might be more of a cultural thing.
Maybe.
Furthermore, this
I don't know.
What is?
Oh.
Dennis. Something cultural.
Where do
um,
we
Me not minding sharing my bedroll
Oh, here.
where do we click?
and
Okay,
stuff like that.
right here.
Oh.
The open barrel.
I think
Wait,
it's more
does
like a
this
wine.
one-
But, oh no, actually, I suppose it is an open barrel. It has the two bands, doesn't it?
Spink.
Oh well, no, it could also just
This-
be
this
one
one
of
here.
those.
That one.
Yeah, not
Got
this
it.
one. Yes.
Blink.
Oh, look, I don't classify that as a barrel. That's more like a basin.
No thanks.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It feels like the place where you put.
had
I've never
fish
seen you
for
without
a
your
while.
bag. Oh.
Yeah, you can't sleep without it, or at least I can see crops early without it. Do you want some fish?
I just ate, but thank you.
Alright.
Did you sleep okay?
Yeah. I was a bit sick the day prior, but
Yeah.
I guess I'm good now.
Let me take a look outside.
I'm glad
I
you're feeling
think.
better.
Oh, what's up?
Okay.
Well, it's just. I guess Rain is taking a while to wake up. That's why I was just looking out for her.
Okay.
They're kind of like this, I think.
Yeah.
Although,
Got yourself some food already, you two?
Better find like a
Yep.
stick.
yes.
Olive Luminet's up at least, and Sunny.
You look like you got, like, crispy.
Ran will
Wonderful.
probably be
Gonna get
around
myself
here in
some
a
food as well.
bit. I mean, she's probably out running, honestly, for all we know.
Yeah, they're fast enough to still get something, even if they're even slacking a little bit, so don't worry about that.
I'm not worried about that.
Still, now that you're outside, Céline, I would like to have a word with you.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we all have a little fucked up thing about
So, Rowan spoke to you about what happened that last couple nights ago?
He mentioned that, in typical fashion, people have brought up, the usual subjects, and, I was part of it, I guess, but I don't really have entire context, just that it happened.
Right. Well, Pippin just went walking around the back of that building. At some point, it will be probably necessary that a chat has to be had with him about the occult in general, and it would probably be for the best that you were present. Although I will leave that up to your discretion.
I mean, I don't mind, it's just, it's a bit harder of a subject for me because it's not so straightforward.
I understand, and we made sure to tell Sunny and Barrett as much, but we will have to be careful with how we tell Pippin. But if you don't wish to be there, we'll do our best to represent your situation as fairly as possible.
I mean, unless I'm like asleep or something, it would just look like I was trying to hide from people, and it would just make it look worse. So, I can handle. It's gonna come up eventually either way.
Right. Well, I suppose it's a conversation that we're gonna have to have with Rowan, how he wants to go about it.
Okay,
And we should do that.
sure.
Owen?
Yes.
Oh.
Food. Alright,
Right here. We
bread.
got potatoes,
Yep.
fish, steak.
We're wondering how would you want to go about it?
Okay, cool. See ya.
Careful!
Okay, bye.
It's a good question. I mean, usually I'd save these for later in the
drops
evening,
it,
but it
it's
might be a
full.
good thing to
Where's the
get out of
food?
the way now.
Whatever your
He's
decision
gonna have to catch
is,
it
so
if it is.
we'll abide by it. If there are meetings, as you said, there might be. It might be best to wait, but it's something that you should definitely think about.
But this is something I wanted to broach with the
And
Chancellor as well.
I was gonna say,
Of
maybe we wait
future.
to see if the staff has anything for us
Nope,
to
morning,
do
everybody.
today.
Morning.
Morning. I want to, ideally, I'd have.
What about yourself?
I want the Chancellor's input on some things, basically. Obviously,
Okay.
I want. You think we should tell him, and we will tell him today.
I'm okay with that.
But
I do prefer more bread.
actually, I ideally wanted Octavian to. I mean, he's in charge of it after all.
We're having a
I
window
suppose.
I haven't even.
All right.
I haven't really even gotten a chance to speak with him properly about it. He still
I don't
owes
think he's
me
around
being.
today.
He still owes
get
yelling at me probably because he seemed very unhappy on the boat.
Martin? Well, then if we're not gonna do it anytime soon, which is understandable, I should
Say.
probably speak with some people.
Of course. I won't keep you. If a bell or the boat bell or something goes off,
Yeah, of course.
please make your way back here.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need to keep around for now.
I mean, I'm just gonna kind of wander, I guess, until we kind of figure out. Yeah, it's the smaller one.
Have you seen the Chancellor by any chance?
Popular person.
across the town thing not long ago, like
Wonderful.
2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I need to have a conversation with him as well. Kingsley,
That said, if we do have free reign of the day again, is there anything that you think we should? I feel like whatever we end up doing, should try doing it, I guess, as a group, just so that one, get it done faster, and
we can only hope.
Something completely
Wow.
different, I was confused.
it's been helping being around each other. I think Tara made a little bit of like a path over that like broken bridge or something. I haven't actually seen if they finished it yet. Is it how bad is it? How bad is it? Should I go look?
I recommend we. Yeah, let's go look.
Okay. You know, honestly, I am now morbidly curious, how... I mean, they spent all day working on how bad could it be?
Oh my.
How...
Céline, I don't think you understand.
I mean, it's, oh. Oh, okay, I see. Understood.
No, I must say,
I
it's a
mean,
bit to be desired.
it's possibly structurally sound, maybe, as long as you go single file.
I mean,
is
we
that
can
just,
cross.
like,
It's helpful.
driftwood that you found, or is it?
Well, you know, it works.
Alright. Oh, you're going for it. Alright, I suppose it's only fair that the builder...
Wait. Do you have to jump across to the
You have
other
to barrel-
board?
You have to balance across to the other board.
Oh, dear Luna in heaven. Oh.
How deep is this? Alright, I guess it could be worse.
Well, it's not so much the depth, it's probably the, temperature shock that you'd have to worry about.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be great.
Yeah,
And, you know, the water flow.
I really hope that there are going to be some people that try to, maybe expand on that a little bit, maybe get that part out of the way.
I just like how they're separate from one another. You have to walk across a bit of a balance beam for it.
Someone.
They could have just laid it like
Okay.
right there, you know. In front of
Someone.
They absolutely could.
Someone is 100% falling into the river today. Mark my words.
It's not gonna be me. I don't trust myself for that shit.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
Shouldn't swear.
I don't know when. I don't know how. But someone's falling into the river, and it's probably going to be because of the bridge. Or
Well,
you know what? Honestly, that's an.
where did Solus run off to, anyways?
He went across and then proceeded to go that way. He never came back across.
Worrisome?
If they ring the ship bell, hopefully you can hear it.
Imagine it makes a bit of a valley.
Yeah, I don't actually know what's up
Although
over
he's
that
really
way.
gone for it.
I mean, it's important to figure out, but I feel like
This is something you let the professor know you're doing first.
Yeah, you know, just because, like, they don't exactly have a way of, like, getting a signal that we've left anymore, so there's really nothing stopping anybody from just, you know, leaving and going off to do who knows what.
I mean, fair.
I'm not saying I condone it, I'm just saying they could do it.
Yeah.
And then,
I suppose so.
and then if they're
hopefully-
smart about... And you know what? Speaking of,
Ooh.
there's the bell. Wait, hold
Oh,
on.
We're supposed to meet for this.
Let's just presume big open area first, and then look where everyone else is going.
Navigation and things, but I guess it can be used in land.
Oh, there's a chance.
Where?
Maybe we got another bell.
Oh.
Where do we meet?
Oh, you know, yeah, in front of the building that has the... I think that has a bell on.
Get yourself something. Important meal of the day.
I will later.
Remind me of some.
Chancellor, is this standard captain's meeting, or...?
What do you,
to be, yes.
What do you usually eat?
Understood.
Oh.
Hmm.
You're second, so
Good. Perfect answer. Give me a second.
I'll just be here until then.
Have you not eaten yet?
Morning.
You're standing there.
Where did he... He was over... How?
Or not. I don't know what to do anymore these days.
Alright, just to let everybody aware, this is going to be a captain's meeting. If anybody else wishes to stay and watch, please feel free. However, if you are going to be here, I ask that you be silent. And it is only captains and lieutenants that shall be speaking. Alright, you are all here.
On the second in 20 hour fuck, I forgot.
Let's.
Sit.
Quiet.
Thank you all for coming. I know this is the first time we've had a proper meeting in a while, as we've been getting everything set up. I want to firstly thank you all for working as hard as you have been. And we are looking to be starting lessons again very shortly. Octavian likely would have been doing a lesson today, but he is obviously not feeling well and is not here. These will be lessons that will be going with individual teams, one at a time, and should be fairly long and, from what he has told me, quite intensive. Now, beyond that, I believe we should be focusing almost entirely on getting up to a level where we are self-sufficient, which means a focus right now on getting the farm up and going, as well as getting our alchemy shop up and running so we can better start with our potion supplies. As once we start running out of that and those start going bad, we have very minimal space to actually get that going at a decent pace. And it is likely very shortly we'll be running out of general use potions. Other than that, I would like to ask the team captains and lieutenants what their teams have been focusing on over the last few days, as well as ask for suggestions for what specifically you all believe should also be a priority. And let us start with Yes. We go right to left.
Right. So, I believe a couple of us are working on a couple of things. Ainsley, I know, is working on
Rin and I got alerted bluntly.
the waterfall, like
just
dock area.
so you can say that
Something with
regarding
I think it has to
alchemy,
do with like cleaning showers, something like
as
that.
well as the training grounds. and all that.
Caleb, were you working on that as well, or were you working on something different?
She's soaking wet.
I was sick yesterday,
Yeah, that's what we've been working
and
on.
I've been
Trying to set up
tidying
like,
up most of the
I
building.
guess.
Oh, okay. Here.
Anything else?
Change
Just
letter.
rebuilding the
Fell in the
building.
river.
I mean, taking care of the soldier is all I'll be doing.
Yeah. Kind of did it to myself.
I've been aiding with terror and some
I'll
members
stand closer
to
so you're at least warm.
clean off some of the crystals retrieved from the caves. We've thought it might be good to
Damn.
try to resell it if we ever enter the city limits as a way to earn currency.
A good idea.
It's only been
Like
a
that.
starting.
And get started on
Make
that
yourself.
as soon as possible.
Probably all then.
Right.
As an idea, you
Aqua.
could mention introducing ourselves to the local landowners, like we said in front of Cecilia.
A fair few of my members have been under the weather as of late, but myself has spent most of my time sort of scouting, especially vantage points like the rocks and stuff, thinking about defenses and that and the like. But I do agree with your decision to prioritize making us self-sufficient, sir.
Excellent. And then when you're able to get hold of members of your team, please figure out a work order or schedule. Excellent. Tara.
Yes, sir. Well, as Lefron pointed out, we've been seeing what we could make of the crystals in that cave. I personally oversaw, along with the rest of my team, a project to get ourselves across the river yesterday, so we have a way to scout more north. Oh wait, yeah, we north. Other than that, I've been excited to see the 8th Tech Division reopen, personally.
Yes, we have recently gotten everything set up last night, as well as the kiln. I believe it's proper term for it was set up in there. And me and Monty put all of the fucking machines there. He plugged it all in. I have no idea what any of it does. But at least there should be a workshop available at the moment. Have you already checked? You said across the river?
No, sir. We've been waiting for an official party to go that way.
All right. I will let you set that up, please.
Sir.
Umbra.
Sir, Umbra's been focusing on scouting out locations for defensible positions and building that watchtower / signal pyre, sir.
Excellent. Good to hear. Sorry. Lumen. Ventus. Sorry.
We have been helping the buildings, some of them, and also we have thinking about selling healing in the town to get more money. There.
I believe once we are permitted access to the city, that is likely a very good idea. However, also understand that the people who might need this healing the most may also likely not be able to afford such things. But still, even as an act of goodwill, that is absolutely something we could take advantage of.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Good idea. Now, actual Lumen.
Lumen has been working on touching up and fixing up the training area, and we have it now in working order, as well as gathering supplies, and Rin has set up some fish traps, as well as cataloging many of the herbs in the area, plant life. As for suggestions, food, of course, is a vital resource to focus on. However, I think a crafting area, having that up and running, would be prove very important, as well as Lady Cecilia made a mention that some of the local farmers are worried of us being bandits. Perhaps an introduction to them to show a showing of good faith might be in order as well.
That could be a very good idea as well. especially once we are given permission to
course.
enter the city. Because right now it is the nobility that absolutely do not trust us being here.
Do not believe many do, sir. Thank you.
Right. Anything else further to add? Excellent. Then keep up the good work. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious or problematic, and worst comes to worst, run here, ring the bell. All right. Keep up the good work. You are all dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's get you warmed up.
Okay, yeah, I need to go back to the camp.
Here.
What happened?
I'll be
She
done.
fell in the river,
I
apparently.
fell in the river.
Come on.
Oh, goodness.
I told you.
It's not my. It was my suggestion.
When we run, let's go with them.
Simple.
Get a call. We can go over here and talk.
I was gonna say, didn't you need to talk to the Chancellor about stuff?
Yes. What was it? Shit, yeah, you're right. Go check on Rin,
Yeah,
just to be sure.
I was gonna
I'm
say,
sure everyone
I
has
feel
a
like
handle.
that's more important.
We have some
whenever you
small
go.
Okay.
logs next to that tree. We can just set it up, and I have flint and steel.
Rowan's, I
Everything.
sent Rowan back to have that talk with the Chancellor that he was meaning to have. He was
Right.
about to come over here, but I
Sure.
redirected him. I figured that was a bit more important. We didn't need all of us here, but I guess
Go. Kind of like.
so. Did you and Rin find anything particularly notable when you guys were out cataloging yesterday?
Well, we have a small list, a working list. I guess we'd have to go over it to really make sure. I don't think we found anything too extraordinary, but we did manage to catalog some of the plant life around here, which will be useful when alchemy is fully set up.
Yeah, I imagine, I was going to say, we, depending on how involved that is, we might be able to try to get a little bit of stuff set up there today. We'll kind of get Rowan's buy-in on that. But there was one thing I was thinking of, and it's one of those, it's just like, I kind of thinking about a lot. You know, the cave and all, how, like, nearby that part where the bridge was collapsed, there was that big... that little alcove that was like completely filled with all sorts of like mushrooms. I'm pretty sure some of those were alchemical ingredients, right?
I went across the river before I fell in the river also. There's what looks to be like a garden over there. Or was a garden.
Oh,
Lots of
like
plants, lots of flowers and a
crossing.
big tree.
Are you talking about crossing the really scuffed bridge?
The bridge I tried to jump. And
Oh.
then subsequently fell off of.
But so there's that in mind, but you remember the other path, the one that had like the bridge that was intact, but there was like that collapsed area? What if there are more things beyond there, like those like more of those alcoves with like a lot of those mushrooms or even things that are like further in that really need like the dark of the cave?
I mean, that is a good idea,
'Cause
Céline.
I was-
We'd have to set up support beams, though, because I don't trust those. They look ancient. Well, probably not ancient, but at least decades old.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
gonna, like,
Well,
rub
oh,
it
like
back.
the bridge itself.
You gonna be okay?
Nice.
Yeah. Are you talking? You're talking about the bridge itself, right? Like the.
Oh, no. I meant the entrance to that collapsed area.
Oh,
we should probably
okay.
set up.
Well, I mean, we could probably do that as part of the process, like, but if we get the okay, because not only is there stuff back there, there might be other resources. I mean, like, there's that whole cave of, like, the crystals over there. There could be something else like that in there, and it would potentially help with the alchemy stuff, because... I don't know. I'm thinking of stuff that's, like, closer within, like, our vicinity, I guess, because going out that way kind of puts us potentially at odds with the people that live out there.
I suppose. You're right, Ren. Are you feeling better? I know that fur can take a while to dry out, yeah.
If I was a little bit more...
brush for your tail, though?
If I had a bit more control of, like, water
You
stuff,
can
like...
borrow mine if you need to.
It'd be really cool if, like, the
appreciated, but-
water magic stuff, I could just pull the water out of the
Let it
clothes,
dry
but I
off
don't
for
really
now,
have
right?
that kind of
Let's get
grasp over
Make sure
it.
that we brush it so it doesn't get mad at you, know?
Oh,
Well,
that's an idea.
The thought is
Right.
appreciated.
I was gonna say... I mean, you...
Oh.
Okay,
smart.
no, this is a lot louder than I thought it would be. No, that's a bad idea.
Oh, dear. But,
Here's
But, Céline, it is not a bad idea, and I don't think we need to ask permission. We haven't
Well-
asked permission so far, so...
Well, to go into the, like, into that particular cave, it's more that they want at least a staff member to know. I don't think they're really gonna have
Oh,
any,
I
like,
see.
Oh, do they?
objections about it, but it's more just they don't want people just going in there without really, at least giving them a heads up, hey, I'm gonna be in the cave. If you did, I'm not gonna tell
speaking
anybody.
of that, it is actually relevant. Rowan already knows. I don't think you two do. While I was having a conversation a couple days ago with Somar, the topic came up of her becoming possibly our advisor. So if I see her later today, I could ask her about how that is going, and maybe for permission to go inside.
Oh, we have advisors? Like on team level?
Some of them, the teams do. Ventus has Bombadil, and Ambra used to have Mordred. Well, I guess. Well, I won't bother.
We still
I won't
have
see.
Mordred.
Original
Yes, yes.
Original Mordred.
Then I know that Aqua has
Nothing feels worse than a
Octavian.
Ah, okay. Honestly, that's one of those
I
things that
think there
nobody...
was someone too.
No...
but
Monty, maybe?
I don't remember.
It sounds like a lot of the advisors were previous staff that aren't here. It's mostly.
Well,
old
it's
blood.
one of those things where it's just, I guess it never came up, so I actually didn't know that was a thing. But, I honestly...
Yeah, I guess it was overlooked.
I have barely talked to her, so I don't actually know a whole lot about her, other than just her being, Alea's assistant. Like, we had shared
Right.
words in passing, but that's, I hardly think that qualifies as a working relationship.
I suppose you're right, but hopefully we'll get to know her more if she does become the
Yeah,
advisor.
no, I'm not against it. I'm just saying they're probably the staff member I know the least about.
I'm right here. Hey.
She does.
Under here.
She's a bit mysterious.
Rin.
Oh, Sonny, what are you doing?
Could you
Say hi to
maybe
Patches.
show me that
garden so that I could take a
I'm
look
also
at the,
here as well.
You know.
Also hi.
Well, if we're gonna go going off somewhere, we should probably just try to catch Rowan in the process so that he doesn't come back here and be like, "Where's my team?"
I suppose you're right. He's probably still having a chat with the Chancellor, but
Well, I mean,
I don't know, do you want me to...
it's possible to just go over there and like mention it just so that like
Morning.
also he's aware of like because
Right.
that garden thing was like out that way, right?
Careful, you don't want to fall.
Right, well, I guess I'll go tell Rowan.
Yeah,
That's one more problem we don't need for you, huh?
Do be careful. I mean, the walls are decently sturdy, but they're not like meant to be having people standing on them.
Gotcha. You good?
Alright. Vesper's gone off in this way. I will follow.
Pauper's in there. Fibbled. Burbalg, that's the word I was gonna say, definitely. Welcome, we're the Ignis team. That's the red team. We got a couple more teams. That's the base of the blue team in the middle there.
Oh, he's making a new character. Okay.
It's Céline. She was. If you like, we could go to the training grounds, so you may see the temporary setup. And is there.
Sounds nice. He still has to speak to the Chancellor.
Okay, well, I mean, at the very least, so he knew what we were planning on doing, right?
Of course. No, makes sense.
Okay. Well, I mean, as long as he's game with it, we could go do that.
Like your
new student.
Oh.
Thanks. It's not mine. I like your cuffs.
Thank you.
I think they're bangles.
Are they?
Something like that.
I'm not really
A bunch of different names for effectively the same thing.
What's your name?
Right.
My name's Shio.
Probably wanna.
Gio?
Shio.
Oh,
Probably
Shio.
wanna
Sunny
around
Pepper.
the various captains.
Shio.
Yeah, if you guys want to go work
But you
on,
can call me
if you guys
Sunny.
want to go work on a
Nice to meet
mechanic, we don't need all of us here. If you guys want to go work on like
Yeah,
actual stuff.
Shio.
You think we're gonna go work on the door?
My name is Vesper Suarez. I am the lieutenant from Team Lumen. It is nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
Welcome to
Vesper.
Rosewood.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys want to disperse, you can. Otherwise,
Thank you.
stick with me while I show Shio around.
Have you come from afar?
Not too far, I don't
doing
think.
the duty.
I mean, no, it's a couple miles that way.
Oh, I see. Fair enough. I'm sure that our captain will be ready to introduce himself. He's currently having a chat with the Chancellor, but I'm sure he'd, yeah.
Good to know. I don't want to keep you waiting.
No, you're fine. I mean, the whole point is to introduce you to people and show you around. But if you're ready, I can sort of. Most of these buildings, so we're very new here, so I'm not sure what most of these buildings do yet.
I think that's up to us to decide.
Say we get to
Usually
choose.
people are hungry.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
Yeah, we're working that. Yeah, let's go get you some food.
I could eat.
Nice to meet you.
Have you not eaten yet? Nice meeting you too.
No, I got up and immediately started exploring. And then I
Okay,
fell in a river. And then
so,
the bell rang and then I fell in a river.
Well, since Rowan is preoccupied,
Doing sorted as well.
what's
or?
the plan?
Yep.
Yeah,
Shio.
it goes by Shio.
Well,
Yeah.
I suppose that's the best thing to do would be to... I suppose if we're going to have that chat at night, that's something for later.
I've had worse. I grew up on the coast. It used to be a thing where
I think you're free to do as you wish. Really,
and
at least until then.
You'd
Well,
get basically dressed up in a big old suit of
I mean, it's more
I
just
do recommend getting to know the new
wax and fat,
student.
and then you would basically go down
Yeah,
to kind of keep you warm at least.
I've heard about
it was more just, I guess,
we kind of try to
ranked
do the
priorities
same thing
between the
Droza,
things that
except
we
have
were
probably our furs a little bit
doing
thicker
and
than
all.
yours
Oh.
for respectful reasons.
Right,
Where do you
if you wish to do that today, then I suppose
From what
the
I've
first
understood,
priority...
you said to me the southern
Samari sent around.
We got a lot of the day ahead of us.
You from
It's-
Northern
we're
Droza
not
as
going to
well?
just sit around talking all day, probably.
Yeah, on the coast, northeast coast,
Well, yeah, of
between the
course.
mountains and where the tundra starts to get
I
black.
suppose if you're feeling brave, we can go
shit,
look
my
at that
apologies for
garden
assuming
that
that's
Rin
what-
looked
from
at
what I
if
understood
you
was
want to try
southern
that
Droza.
bridge.
I'm fine with it. I mean, worst case, if I fall in the water, at least I'm in my element.
With us. Definitely makes it a lot more comfortable.
I suppose.
Yeah. We were to be fair, we were kind of close to the mountain range that separates the two, but we were on the coast, was separated by the cliffs anyway. If I recall correctly, it's the Soul Frost or
Hi, I saw Caleb come over here. Is he anywhere around?
along those lines.
I think he
Over
went
there?
back to his
Coast area,
camp.
no, I understand that.
Probably.
I've
Thank you very much.
dealt with
Oh,
a
I know.
couple times when it comes to that, but
Ignis
more
camp
like
is
the short
that
There's a lot of
way.
big guys in Ignis.
More of a,
Well, they went that way though.
Oh, well, they might have gone
Any
across.
case,
They might have gone across the
if you don't mind,
bridge.
I know yesterday we had a conversation about it. I'd like to have that conversation with Céline.
Not interrupt them. Since I'm here.
For your
Need me
sake,
to work
do
done.
not need to worry.
You can come find me.
I feel like Rowan should be
Captain.
present for that. Or Vesper, since you're now Lieutenant.
This is your choice. Either team captain or lieutenant. At the end of the day, I've already told Rowan that
real
they have
quick.
nothing to worry.
Hi.
Robert. Hi, Robert.
Hello. Hey. I just want to
Bug
let
just
you
hit
know.
my hand.
Celine.
Me and Vess started a project where we were starting to catalog plants around the new
Have you already
campus.
been informed about
I
the
would like to,
conversation I wanted to
kind
have
of
with you?
get the ball rolling. With anyone who's going to be in alchemy division, and I think later we're going to go check out some plants I found earlier. If you want to.
If it needs be, take your time with it. I'll be waiting at the training area if it needs be, but I prefer to have that conversation as soon as possible, dear.
Okay. People around. Everything's okay. You're not in trouble or
Anything
anything.
else you might need, Vespa?
No, I
Unless you did something that we
neglected
didn't.
might head across the river.
I don't know about.
Ground. So I think it might be best that you to wait for them, for him there anyway.
Are you okay?
Then again,
Do so. Absolutely, Lieutenant. If there's anything else you need me for, do tell me.
Is this one a recent purchase, or is
if
this
you'll
one
give me a
joining
moment,
from elsewhere?
Well, you're heading over
Do you
there,
know?
I see.
But yeah, you were gonna talk
by
about
all means.
Coming
something.
from town.
yes, I was. I need to check on Rowan for a moment, but give me a moment.
Feel free to.
Say, here, wait.
I'll let you guys do your thing. I'm gonna stick with the red for now.
Apparently, the conversation should be out with either the captain or the lieutenant, so I will wait on that for now, out of respect.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I see Monty right over there.
You-
Okay, so
are you sure you're okay?
Do your thing then, and stay warm, stay safe. If they ain't eating it, I hear there's fish plenty to go around.
Well, if you need to talk about anything, I'm all ears, okay?
Your orders are to defer to your temporary superior.
I understand. No worries.
He gives task. This weird. Weird.
It'll take some getting used to, but I think you can handle it.
Order.
No,
I really
no,
like the
sir.
little bag they got. It's really cute.
Friend.
It is really cute. Their little equipment set. It's
No,
very cute.
sir. Friends do.
It's so tiny. It looks like on us it would be like a coin purse or something.
I don't know. I feel like that would be a really hefty coin purse.
Maybe it's a noble's
You
coin
want-
purse.
Well, maybe
You know, the
this'll
kind
keep
that's so
them
heavy
happy.
that you throw it at somebody would be a lethal weapon.
Planning, I suppose.
No means, if you're afraid that I would do anything to her, the last thing I'd want to do is make things uncomfortable for potential people that I might work together with, so.
Talking. If that's the case, and you want
Like
to
I
hop
said.
over early, go for it. But yeah, I would love to get you, working on some projects.
that is something that would make people more
Really?
comfortable, I'm
Okay.
more than happy to be there.
I don't need to worry about my comfort, but it looks as if it might be a case for her to have that
Look
comfort.
at the sky. It helps.
Thanks you.
Regardless, if you want to have a talk with her beforehand, I understand. I'll be waiting a
No,
little bit
it's
further
like
outside.
when you have to sneeze.
I feel like such
and
a
you can't
conversation
sneeze,
is
so you
not
have
to
look
be
up
held in
at a
public.
bright light like the sun, and then you sneeze.
Dorothy, you want eat with
Here, hold up.
new friend?
It's very well fed.
What?
Good. That's good.
All right.
Go on a few gatherings.
Yeah. Why would you think otherwise?
So you could take a look at
Yes.
them to advance.
You will space it out. You had a look in your eyes.
That'd be great. That's perfect.
It's fine to be worried. I'll be there though if you want me there. I'll make sure that nothing goes wrong.
Perfect.
Allows woof
Right?
brings to eat.
Just,
Yep.
Hello.
That's the point.
Rowan said
Know how
that
much
you
I
were gonna be
enjoyed
having that
this
conversation, so I suppose
topic.
now is a good time as any, or
Yeah,
would you
I
rather do
understand,
this
but
later?
Let's try and
It's
find
best
Pippin
to
real
address
quick. And if we can't in the next few minutes, then we should just head over.
Right. So, let's put the cards on the table, Céline. What is this whole thing that people have been telling about your condition? In the end, if I'm supposed to work together with you in the future, potentially as a teammate, or at least as a fellow soldier, I feel like I should be informed about such things.
Yeah, and...
People have already told me a little bit about it, but I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, and I'm just really jumpy about because it's kind of a thing that I have enough worry about as it is without worrying about how other people are looking at it, but okay.
Right. Which is understandable.
So, effectively,
maybe this is something worth doing somewhere else, or at least quieter. Not to...
Yeah.
Find a location. I'll be gladly following you wherever it needs to be. In the end of the day, the conversation, I feel like, should be had, no matter where it is.
I don't think it's not trying to delay, it's more just,
No, I'm aware.
main pathway.
I've heard about the privacy sake of that when it comes to these conversations, so by all means. Last thing I want to do is cause a ruckus.
Yeah, you and me both.
To give you at least a little bit of comfort, I've already had a conversation with Malik about it. He has confirmed to me that, apparently, unless you're very silver-tongued, it is indeed an involuntary situation. There's still something to be desired if that is true or not, but know at least that I'm willing to hear you out.
Honestly, I wish it was voluntary to at least make it so that it was only my fault if it was happening or not.
You should be fine.
Yeah. Just as long as keep an eye on...
Make yourself comfortable, I guess.
Keep an eye on people coming and going, just in case.
Right.
But...
You have a strong voice, by all means, Rowan. If you want to stay guard for the sake of it, feel free to. If anything should happen, I'm pretty sure you can hear either one of us yelling.
So... pretty much... I do have, as you probably heard from the Chancellor, there are two affinities in me. I have water, and then there's one for the occult. They are not individual, distinct. They apparently overlap. And at times one dominates over the other. When this happens, for reasons that have not been able to be identified yet, whatever magic I'm casting, if it's not divine in nature, changes to abyssal forms of the same magic. No variance in how they are incanted, no difference in trying to draw upon mana. They just change. And this has happened in the presence of other strong uses of occult. It has happened in the presence of rifts
That is the main thing I'm worried about. I've been informed about that matter by your colleagues. And it's one of the main situations that has been on my mind ever since I heard about it. By the sheer fact that we're one of the main front lines when it comes to fighting against the rifts. And hearing that one of them has the liability to sometimes be, what was the word that you used? Enchanted? Enticed? Rowan? What was it? Regardless of that, you can see where my problems lie, especially with somebody who wants to be able to have a cohesive and understanding unit.
Pause.
Or like a hat.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Greetings, people. Shown the, heard about you.
New student.
One of the new students, exactly, on sort of like us. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. As with
Pleasure's all mine.
you guys as well.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rowan
My
Elliott.
name's-
I'm captain of Team Lemon.
My name's Shio.
Shio.
I hope you all work together well.
Pleasure to meet you, Shio.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. You call us at a little bit of an unfortunate time of a private conversation, but
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, get out your hair.
I'd be happy to introduce you to the squad later.
Yeah.
By all means. Still a
Okay.
joy to have you around. Hope cooperation will be good. Motesh, Philly, you take care of yourself.
That's who I.
Yeah, you enjoy your private talk.
We will. We will.
Sorry.
No, like I said, I'm aware that these things are supposed to be kept under relative wraps for now.
At least an
But I've also
attempt.
said that my recommendation still resides with making sure that everybody knows as soon as possible. Because I feel like it doesn't matter if it should be involved around Team Lumen, Team Aqua, Ignis, whoever it may be. It is a liability and a weakness. People need to trust you and also know your strengths and weaknesses the same way as I would tell you mine. We do not understand each other on that matter. We keep secrets from one another. Having respectful secrets for privacy is one thing, but especially when it comes to combat prowess, weakness, fears, and such, the last thing I want to do and hear is being out there fighting a fucking rift. And next thing I know, one of my colleagues is starting to stare at other things while I'm getting my guts ripped out. I hope you understand that.
Yeah.
As we mentioned before, when we were fighting, she was by our side helping us out. Please keep your cool.
Right. Very well. Regardless, continue your story if it may be.
Right. So it affects the magic. Nobody's been able to figure out why or how. All that I know is that it started around the time that I had arrived to the academy. That was when that change had happened. The only signs that were similar prior to that was, as I had initially told Rowan, that after the first ever run-in with a rift I ever had back at my own home, whenever I am remotely in their vicinity, I hear things like they're talking to me, and they've had experiences themselves in the vicinity of the early precursors of the rift that eventually opened up beneath the academy itself. But What they reported was it copying things that people had said down there in the past. This did not feel like that to me. It always felt targeted. It was never recognizable. But it was always clearly meant to be heard by me, for me. And never threatening. It's usually strangely kind things or sorrowful whenever I'm leaving.
What I'm hearing is that you're essentially saying that the rift, whatever it may be, or these creatures, seem to be very calm and inviting towards you.
Yes, they still attacked me all the same when everything had happened there. But at the same time of being able to fight them, it felt there's this familiarity while doing it that almost made it easier to anticipate what they were doing. But at the same time, it was almost like the same kind of pain of attacking someone that you care about, which made me uncomfortable because I know that's not the case.
Right.
And the closer I got to the rift, it was like being in a... if you used a tavern, for instance, it was as if you were in the center of a extremely loud tavern, tons of voices all around you, hard to pick out any particular one, and the closer I got, the louder it got, to the point where it drowned everything else out.
People approaching.
Are you
Greetings.
folks a part of the Rosewood group of whatever?
Initiative, yes, we are.
Yes.
Yeah, alright. So, have you seen a Ferrari roll around here? They look very unique and very different. They're my property and I need to get them back. And sure as hell hope that they're not in any trouble or been tainted by your ways.
Do you have a description, sir? I've not seen one that's separate.
They have silver fur, merchant patches. They dress differently from you folk.
Did they have
completely
spots
unique.
and a little M shape on their forehead?
Yes, they do. Did you have my Ferrari? Did you take them?
Huh? Oh, no, they just
Very
showed up
happy
on
to
their
see
own.
that somebody is immediately very accusatory when asking for help.
Well, you don't seem to realize it's my property, and I need to get back to where I need to get it.
And if it's your property, then you should probably be a little bit humble when requesting help.
Do you know who you're talking to? You need to soften up your tone, boy.
Okay, then please by all means indulge me. Who am I talking to?
My name is Locker Muscart, alright? I'm a very rich man with a lot of connections.
By all means.
Right.
Mr. Locker, if we're going to assist you in that manner, then by all means, a little bit of assistance back when it comes to calm descriptors and without accusing would be probably preferred. Because then we can work together properly and quickly.
Whatever. Who can I speak to that's in charge? Is it one of you?
If you would follow
I
the
can
path
take you to
down
somebody.
towards the shore.
We appreciate it. This dirt road, it's all over the place. I can trip it and crack my neck. And whoa, wait, what's your name, young man? I'll make sure to bring this up to your higher-ups. I know you're a lot.
If you need to know my name, then by all means, you can probably ask them about my name. Tell them about a guy with a bandana, and they probably know.
Well, sir, let's go get you to whoever is available.
He was being an ass, but it's best not to try and provoke them.
Very well. Regardless of it all, we're having a conversation. So, by all means, Céline, continue to entertain me.
Okay, but... Where was I? The closer I got, the louder it got, to the point where it was literally all I could hear. And as much as I don't like knowing that it happened, it got to the point where it was literally the only thing that I could focus on because I had never encountered it to that level of severity. It was an unknown factor to anyone, even myself. And it became completely disorienting during the escape from the island when part of our path required us to get within mere steps of it, maybe the distance between you and me.
Right.
And yet somehow, at least to my knowledge, I feel like I would have felt it by now. It didn't result in any devouring coming up, so I don't know if I should consider that lucky or if it was because I have something more to worry about. But I've been dealing with that in varying severities for a good while now. The magic side being about basically a month's worth of time now, maybe a month and a half if I want to be generous. To the point that I still barely understand it. I just know that it happens, and that the only reason why I used it at all at the time was because we were fighting for our lives, and I refused to be dead weight. Yes, I can use a bit of divine magic to fight with, but I am most adept with my water magic, even if it wasn't water in the time. But I didn't... If I had the choice, I would not have wanted to use it. I don't exactly want any of this.
I'll ask you this. What do you do against it? Do you accept your fate? Or what do you do?
At this point, I've been trying to figure out if there's even a way to get rid of it or stop it. I asked the professors who have some familiarity with it if they knew any way of counteracting it, whether that is as fucked up as it sounds, feed into it just enough to understand how to do it on purpose to then undo it. And depending on who you ask, there's even a thought that somehow this is something that ends up being helpful in some way, because how many people do we know in the world that have an affinity for the thing that we're fighting? It's not the same as people that practice it willingly. It's like a connection to it.
To give some context for that part. While there's only minimal belief, I suspect, and this is someone coming, I suspect that there might be a form of some weird mutation on the devouring.
Right. Mutation on the devouring.
Might be wrong.
Okay. And I'm assuming this is everything. Just assuming this is something that Malik potentially figured out, or is this something that she told you?
This is something I made with a link to another mutation I've seen on devouring once.
on.
Previous cadet had something else, though theirs was more
the polar
a
opposite.
weakened version of it, for lack of a better word. If a cult would be used near them, then they would. The mana or arcane pathways would begin to deteriorate.
Right, and who would that person have been? What were their conditions
cannot
like?
say.
What were their affinities?
They are not here right now. They were a divine mage. I believe she had an affinity. I cannot tell you who it was. Their main conditions were weakness around occult or rift activities, deterioration, as the more presence they had to it, the more the mana signature and
Deterioration. Deterioration when in contact.
Not on
with
contact.
Occult
Just by proximity
rift
from its.
activity.
Basically, from what I understand of how it normally works with usual cases, that's what's happening by default. But it was muted enough that it didn't happen until I guess that presence was there and then it was able to proceed. I never met them, so I cannot say for certain that's how it worked, but I've heard the stories.
Either way, if their mana gates are being deteriorated slowly when in contact with anything rift related, then they're absolutely not fit for this endeavor. It would have been a liability down the run and potentially had their mana gates destroyed if it kept on going, so... Deterioration is something that will come with time. And they should have stayed in the support ranks and base waiting for us to return, and not be somewhere else.
Usually that's what she did. The only example was when a rift opened without our knowledge that it would.
Very well.
But in my case,
a smarter move than I assumed.
From at least what Malik had said when he was looking at me about this, is that all of my gates are healthy. They're all active, and when he was looking at me, it was while the condition was acting up, while parts of my hair were black. And it was at that time that he had mentioned that he practically saw the abyssal side as if it was reaching up and swallowing that of the water.
Understood.
So I
if you
suppose,
don't mind if I
if
turn
you
the,
put it that way, it's technically devouring, so he has a point.
If it's devouring, that makes me even more worried in that sense. But the sheer fact that you said this happened around, say, a month, something more ago.
It was the
At
first
least
time.
the looks of it, you still seem to be.
It was the
gone.
first time I had ever observed it, and if anything, during the course of the assault on the island, I'd probably say, aside from the times that I got disoriented, I might have actually been fighting better than I normally have.
So you would be saying that this condition might even be beneficial to you in a sense?
From a sheer source of potential individual strength, yes, but not in a way that I want. The only way that I would want to look at it as something beneficial is if it does something that cannot be done with any other means that is worth embracing something that will make me hated by the vast majority of the world, even want me dead.
No, that is understandable.
I'm not saying that there isn't a chance that there is something like that, but if there is, we haven't found it.
Let's do hope for your sake. We do find it. But the question beforehand, like I was going to ask, I turn the question back over to the captain. What exactly is Lumen doing against this or to support her?
Admittedly, I mean, we've only really got it in full once the rift opened, and then it was evacuation. And now, you've been with us most of the time since. It's something we still need to figure out. I was going to bring up something, Céline. To you.
Yeah?
I was wondering if you'd be alright if I brought up your condition to another medical. See if they have any input they want to give.
Which one?
And to further answer your question, the ethereal or Talia, I'm not sure. Whichever one I can find. They're the ones I trust a lot.
I mean, at this point, a good number of the forces here saw it in some capacity during everything. Whether or not they wanted to inquire or ask what it was is another matter, but if you think they're going to be helpful with it and not just complicate matters more, then go ahead. But I don't want them getting involved if they're going to be objective
you all
about
work
it.
together, the more people will have to find out, and the more will be something that will get revealed regardless, and the more you keep it hidden, the longer it's a ticking time bomb waiting to go off for people who do not understand it. I am more acceptant to the fact that we're able to work together in the future. Again, despite your condition, despite my open dislike for anything occult or that sort of magic related, I'm willing to work together with you, Céline. But know this. I'm going to be very open and honest with you. I'm willing to help you wherever I can. I only need for you to know one thing and know two. The thing which you need to understand is that you need to work on it together. If we're working together, and I see you slacking on that matter, I could consider it that you've given up and you've become a liability. And I do not like having liabilities with people that I work with. Are you aware of that?
I am now.
And the second thing, if I see this, you might get entranced on the battlefield. You might get yourself, whatever, talked to by these things. But I'm also going to be very open with you. If this thing does turn into something that will harm either Lumen, anyone else of the teams, or the cause, believe me, I will be the first one to stand up, and I will be the first one to educate you about that matter. Are you aware?
I'm aware now.
Good. I will treat you with honesty and respect. But believe me, the last thing I want to have is more people dead to people not understanding certain conditions, especially when they come from someone who's not very open about it with them. But know this regardless. If you wish to keep that secret of yours, you'll be safe for now with me. But my advice is, if you care about these people and you care about their lives, care about their safety, you tell people about that, whether you like to or not. In the end of the day, if I would have figured this whole thing out, and I'll be very honest with both of you, if I would have figured this whole thing out after, I would have either joined Lumen, Aqua, anybody. I don't think I would be that merciful right now. So you understand that? Do not have to worry about me that I might attack you, backstab you on the battlefield. In the end, we're both soldiers working for the same cause. But I do want to be transparent about things. Be because I respect you as a soldier. Now, I said it from my part of the deal as well. I'm willing to work together with you, Céline. And when it comes to you, Rowan, if you have any questions like we had yesterday about my, well, home, I'm open for any questions you might have.
It'll be tonight.
Very well. Absolutely. And of course, the same thing for you, Céline. If you have any questions, worries, understand that I might not like your condition or the magic that you use. So it does not mean that I'm not going to help you if you need help. Understood? Good. I'll leave you two to it. I'm going to check in with everybody else.
Are you holding up? No. Come on. It's alright. Look up. It's alright. Okay. It's nerve-wracking, I understand that. But he's at least open to it. He believes you. He's worried, but...
Still... This is what it's going to be like every single time. I have to justify why I'm even here.
You'll be fine, right? There's plenty of other people here who are much... Never mind. Let's see. It's gonna be tough. There's no way around that. Even as he said, he recognizes not something you wanted. He knows that this is...
Thank you for the help.
No problem, sir.
Goodbye, sir.
It's gonna be fine, alright? We'll figure this out. We have a connecting factor. Like I said, there might be some sort of something we can find, some link between you and Cecilia's condition. If we can find that, we might be able to find an answer to one or the other, or both even.
Won't that require us having to bring that up to the ruling people of the city, though? Then her?
I've told her that we know of someone already who has a condition similar to hers. I didn't tell her who it was, or that she was with us right now. But, I mean, she was at Rosewood looking for answers. That's why she came here originally. Just like you.
Yeah.
This might be the way we can figure out both answers. We can find something in common, or anything like that. You might be...
No, me never lead stray, me lost. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This might be an answer, alright? It's gonna be tough. It always is.
Okay.
No one came here because it's not going to be tough. We're fighting the end of the world. But we got this, right?
Yeah.
I am unsure what you're trying to get.
No, I don't know if you noticed. Just be a little careful, alright? Here's
noticed
clearing the town.
Another one of them is just when all the right conditions are there for it to normally flourish. And right now I am feeling very much like a monster needing to be kept on a leash, so...
Not a monster, Céline. You're sick.
I just wish it
You're
was...
being watched because you need treatment, and we don't know what that is yet, but we can figure it out, alright?
Yeah.
I don't know who worked on Cecilia. Maybe that's a plan of action to follow.
But
I can inquire with the professors.
if you want to ask either of those two, it's okay. It's just... telling them is one thing, asking them for direct involvement is more. That's where I just want it to be if they're going to be objective about it, and hopefully a little more reserved with their thoughts on the matter. I mean, I appreciate knowing it's better than feeling like I'm going to get stabbed in the middle of the night, but I don't feel much better for it.
No. I mean, it's gonna suck. I think once you two get to know each other, you can work things out. You've only known the guy for a few days. Just give him time. You've only learned not too long ago. I think as long as you put in the effort, I'm sure he's willing to meet you halfway. He seems very reasonable. A little aggressive, but reasonable. And if he starts giving you trouble, or anyone starts giving you any trouble, just come to me, alright?
Yeah.
He might not even realize that he's being it.
Well, given...
Not to
given
badmouth anyone, but...
given what
Droza's
just
a rough
happened
place.
with that noble guy, I think I can see it.
Yeah. Fine. He's just blunt.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I do think he has a bit of a point. If we plan on doing anything with rifts, this needs to be at least addressed. Maybe just among medical for now.
Yeah.
Would that be something you'd rather do? Or would you like me to slowly disseminate it?
You're better at talking about it than I am half the time. Also, you have a reason to talk to
What would make you more
medical.
comfortable?
What's more comfortable for me is not something that I should be doing, so that's not really a concern. Because if I was going with what I was more comfortable with, I wouldn't be talking about it at all. But that's only going to get me thrown against a wall and probably beat within an inch of my life at this point.
I trust the people here enough to not do that. Alright?
Okay.
I mean, even Vesper. Vesper was responding well.
Yeah, that's still part of me is like flinching whenever he has his hand nearby his sword. Just a little bit.
I'm not saying it's all in your head. I'm not saying that. But you need to understand that these people want you to get help. They want you to get better. They might be a little uncomfortable for now. But everyone's here wants the best for everyone. Alright?
Yeah.
Not saying it's not going to be tough.
Do you believe there's a way that this could actually somehow be good? If even the worst thing somehow ends up being something that actually helps people?
It's horrible that this happened to you. If we can figure out anything about it, we might be able to use that to save lives.
Hey, Rin.
I'll interrupt for a moment. You're being looked for by the Chancellor.
Me?
Yeah,
Rowan.
Right.
Okay. It's
If y'all need a few more
okay?
minutes, I can buy you some time.
No, it's
You might
fine.
need. You sure? Get some water, right?
Yeah. Some really, really cold water.
I'm gonna run back and tell him I found you and that you're on your way. Center of town.
Understood.
Yeah, it's just if you want to join with Talia, she's gonna restore her magic. If you want to watch that or see how it works.
Yeah, is that in the middle of town? Or...
Yeah.
Restore
Yeah,
magic?
sure. Come on. Her injury is... her arcane pathways were damaged due to mana poisoning.
Right. From everything.
I think the Chancellor should give an example of how to actually...
Got it. I'd like to see that too.
So is that? It's alright. I hear this is up your alley, so please inside. Anybody else here medical? Want to learn something cool?
I'm curious. I'm gonna.
Are you medic?
Do you know divine healing?
Is that something learning?
I mean...
Oh no, you said that to learn something cool?
I mean, I
Through
know
divine.
I know divine. Does that count? I'm at least mildly interested.
You need to be able to heal through it. To be able to feel what I'll be doing.
Got it.
People need to understand. And we don't have
I mean,
anyone
you
else for them
could-
to learn from.
You can kind of
Right, we should
hang out
allow
at
them
a
some privacy then. Since
respectful distance and watch, but... Alright.
I wouldn't want to make Dalian
So,
comfortable.
are you aware of what we'll be doing today?
Mana?
Right.
Not mana burn.
Hey, I know. Going down to the dock.
Exactly.
And I don't know where it came from, but that's normally how we
Good to me, of course.
Yes, there's always personal bias everyone's their own home domains, but clearing space, making sure everything stays. Fevirans, Drozans, Asixians.
Well, this Ferrari came and interrupted my way back home, said that he invited me to a dinner. And I don't want to be invited by this mangy mutt. I'd rather be invited by the man himself.
Me not meant dinner now?
Oh, I know.
I see him. Oh, little. Hey.
Hi.
Should I go and...
Barrett said you might feel sick, so I got you some king's moss.
So then,
Alright.
I apologize for anything
Thanks.
that might have occurred, and I will
Do I
see
do I?
If you feel sick, you eat it.
I will see to it that this is sorted.
Okay.
Thank you. You stay here.
It might be a little wet because I just dipped it in some water.
That's okay. Just very forward flavor.
Telling me what to do and where to go.
Yeah, it's straight from my hat.
I assume you're the moon tea fellow?
Didn't realize that's what the hat was made of.
Sorry for the wait.
Yeah, it helps slow down poisons. So if you feel sick, it'll slow it down so that you can get better quicker.
Invite me to the dinner and send your Ferrari instead. But
okay,
I respect the
keep
gesture.
that in mind. That's really
Yes.
useful,
This is
actually.
moon tea. No
I didn't know you could do that
because
sort of thing out of the earth itself,
I hear you're a busy
guess.
man.
Yeah, sorry.
Is that the
It's
only
not
thing?
out of the earth, I grew it on my hat.
Well, I mean, what I meant was, like, being able to grow stuff without involving the earth itself.
No one should be busy when it comes to...
Is that the only thing that hat
It's
grows?
also a moss, so it can grow on rocks.
Being graced by me right now.
Yeah.
Of course. So, about this dinner?
Yes.
Still,
has
thanks,
spited
Pippin.
Thermal.
I appreciate
I
it.
heard.
Now show's way.
I heard there's a dinner coming, and you wanted me and my
talk to you.
specifically to come.
I hope your condition gets better, and if you feel sick again, just feel free to ask.
Me wanted protect friend. Me want.
Yeah,
have friend back.
I think he'll be fine for right now, but, thanks.
The nobleman told me talking back it was with that. We're going to help you sort it out, okay? No worries. Yeah, yes.
I'm gonna go see the Rowan's nearing finished with, stuff. Thanks
Have
again.
fun. No worry now. Go,
Mhm.
go talk.
Right.
On how my mana travels down where the pathways are supposed to be. Almost spiderweb-like in their design. Nearly following her nervous system. See how they have detached themselves from all of the webs. See these gaps.
Being near this is nice too.
Pardon? What are the gaps? The gaps are where she blew out her pathways. Practically exploded from overdose. Torn themselves apart. It is a messy thing, which is why such work is so delicate. Makes sense now. Big thing you want to do is focus on getting all the pathways themselves melded together before you try to reattach them to the webs. Otherwise, you risk perhaps causing.
Do you know how to cook?
Issues further. That should be the last step. Makes sense. This is multi-type
Fine. Am I? Thank you. Decidedly unpleasant. Don't block your well.
I didn't plan on it, but good to know. Alright, I will give you the same thing I told you the other day. Keep your calorie intake high, stay well hydrated, don't overwork yourself, and above all, do not reach for your mana.
Yeah. Thank you, Psycho.
Of course.
Thank you, Rowan.
Of course. Happy to help learn, I suppose. Don't worry, I'll be helping in, we'll say, 2 days. I'll get you and some other students to do this. I've already shown Nathariel the same steps, and so you two can lead the procedure.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
I'll also be there, obviously, to
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, things going, Céline.
Oh,
How are things going?
So
well...
Is Nobu going to be a problem? Nobles are always problems.
The usual worries. They've been put squarely in front of my face.
Hopefully it ends
since, well, as usual, people have ways of bringing the subject up, and I'm not really ready to talk about it.
Alright, well,
I was just over here because the magic coming from the building kind of was soothing.
Take it easy, Alea.
I will.
Understandable.
Oh, and one more thing. Probably yes. It was
Let me know if anything
minor,
comes up.
but there was a minor altercation between Sergeant
Gotten
Noble
rather tired of having to be
one of the new cadets.
the responsible person walking guests around.
Yes, I have already spoken with him about this. But in the future,
Especially
he is to
the
treat
nature
anybody
of said
well-dressed
guest, I
except
can
brass,
understand.
a bit more, how do you say?
I had to go give
he
myself a
does
little
come
bit of
over.
a
More respect than they probably deserve.
wet
I had
towel
told him
for a moment.
But I figured it'd be best that you know about it before and in case
Strain
it
built
doesn't
up
come
again. That one.
Right, thank you.
I will keep an eye on it. Let me know once you're ready for any further training, though we may have to wait until we have
Also, who is that? Is that the
proper
new cadet?
facilities.
No, wait, no, that's I saw one running
Also,
around with
if you speak to our remaining guest, he comes over and speaks to you.
which would have been nice to know.
The one who owns the that one for Ollie?
Conversation we talked about earlier with.
No, the other one. The one who was walking around with me and the tradesman.
I know we were expecting something
He's an elf.
at least in the next few days.
He's another wood elf.
It was fast. No, it was.
Don't make any comments about his facial hair.
On the mainland.
Okay, I
Yes.
wasn't.
As you know, we can't grow facial hair, so he's probably using a hair growth potion and trying to...
I honestly would not have actually really thought about it too much, but I will keep personal comments about appearance in mind.
It is no problem. Thank you, sir. Give it the good work.
I was just talking to him, it was distracting. Kept looking at him and I was like,
Yeah.
it's a full-blooded elf, why does he have a facial hair here?
Honestly, I probably would have not even noticed it till now that it's pointed out. I'm probably gonna notice it. It's not your fault. Hi.
Just distracting.
Oh.
Oh, so you didn't come over here to track me down?
Oh, no.
No,
Honestly,
I
I
came over here
was...
to stop being the responsible person.
Honestly, I was just
Oh,
over
alright.
here
No,
because
that's actually really nice.
The only reason I was over here is because the aura of the magic coming from the building was actually kind of soothing in a way, and it was helping, calm down that.
I understood.
Just...
No more flare-ups as of recent.
Well, aside from the one, because, well, the topic apparently had gotten brought up 2 days ago after I had gone to sleep, and they wanted to hear about it from me, and they were very pointed about their thoughts about it. They being Barrett.
He personally came to me with some concerns, and I told him that I cannot go into specifics of anything without your permission for release of your medical records of sorts.
Right. Well, the good news is I at least have a little bit more confidence I'm not going to get pinned up against a cliff face here and beaten within an inch of my life for it, but it doesn't make me feel any better about it all the same.
So, did you hear about the bullshit with Monty?
Last I heard was that there was a heralding that wasn't ours, came from the city. Saw the owner, that he wanted spices and things to trade, that was about it.
So, the Ferrari was an escapee and was coming to this area. It was found by our soldiers and put to work and taken care of. And then when its owner came to look for it, these soldiers returned the Ferrari. But apparently, Monty's kitsune, whose name I cannot remember off the top of my head, went and chased down this noble and told him that Monty wanted to speak with him and eat with him, serve him food, which obviously Monty was not aware of. And now Monty needs to deal with the repercussions of his pet acting out of line.
Well, if he's lucky, he'll be able to smooth things over. If he's not lucky, well, that's a noble. We might just see guards showing up and dragging Monty away.
I have spoken briefly with the Lord, and he is just kind of a prick, honestly. If we weren't squatting in the land, I likely would have probably done something somewhat regret.
There's of course other guests walking around nearby.
Ah, yes.
If they're scrambling around trying to find someone to figure out how to cook this stuff, the captain of the ship actually cooked rather impressively for Lady Cecilia when she was here 2 days ago. They might be able to bail Monty out.
Sadly.
Perhaps.
The only issue is, of course, he is a sailor. Cooking was probably better because it was for a woman.
I didn't really think about it that way.
Not really. Just general discussions right now.
Just discussing our current guest.
Do you mean me? Or not?
No.
Guest.
Yes, he is literate, and Monty, I believe, is breaking bread with him of sorts. And I should probably go over there and make sure things are nice and civil and not any issues.
Is he from the city, or did he arrive somewhere?
He is. No, he came in from the city looking for his property.
Oh.
But I'm going to go make sure. Yes, that fellow. Yes, the same
Very
fellow.
fellow.
He as some nobility tend to be.
I wonder, what rank do you think he is? We have a duke present. He looked to be in traveling gear. Maybe a marquis nearby?
Marquis.
Possibly a baron.
I wish I could tell.
Maybe a baron or baronet might be.
See the name on the paperwork from time to time.
We'll see. Well, if he was a marquis, he'd probably be escorted by guards. Or he'd be with the duke right now, enjoying spiced foods.
Yeah, likely a baron or baronet. He is a spice trader or something, so nothing crazy, I don't imagine. But
I haven't. The lowest themselves are most full of being on the ladder at all. If that is what it is.
Well, I think I'm gonna go and deal with that problem, but I'm just gonna wash my hands first. I'll be. Fuck.
Very good. I think I'll see where that show goes, and I suppose I'll probably be heading back to the city from there.
Well, I believe it circles around to the left to go around this mountain and back onto the pathway.
Very good. Once again, it was a pleasure meeting. Your generosity.
Safe travels back to the city.
Thank you.
On a related note, when Lady Cecilia asked for Lumen to join them in for I guess a chat, she had effectively brought up the nature of, I guess, their condition. There's been some potential talk on that about trying to see if there's somehow correlations between hers and mine, as far as if one can be made sense of from the other, and if so, if there's a way to help either of them. I don't know how wise that is, because that would require talking about it to them.
The other option is if you speak to Professor Mordred. He had previously helped study her condition, and given time to experiment with yours, it may be able to find correlations between the two. The issue is, we do want to avoid... I'll say we want to avoid bringing the two of you nearby.
Yeah, I
Problem is...
already had to kind of... Well, when they directly asked if there was anybody among us that had that capability, and I just flat out said no out of reflex because of the rules and all. And then proceeded to...
Good.
sit in panicked silence for a little bit.
Yes, so where that issue can fall into being a larger issue, hers causes her health to degrade fairly rapidly, and reacts to the presence of active occult. Yours seems to cause the occultic to gather. So, worst case scenario, if one of yours goes off, the others will go off, and you'll rapidly cascade.
Right.
So...
But... in that regard, I do want to at least try to do something with it so that I at least am not sitting idle with it. I know we don't really have any proper facility for it, but if nothing else, there is that fairly open area towards the back of that cave that would be completely insulated from prying eyes. And it was a place that I had been
That could work.
actually wanting to ask permission for. That blockage that was past the intact bridge. We had seen near the bridge that was fallen, there was an alcove that was filled almost completely with every which kind of mushrooms, a number of which I believe were alchemical ingredients. And given our need for replenishing our alchemical supplies eventually, I have reason to believe there might be more beyond deeper within the cave, and that's the only way to get back there presently, unless we rebuild the span across the straightforward path. I was wanting to...
Yes, I know they've placed some bones over there. Wouldn't surprise me. Someone soon started putting bones across the cave, but...
Yeah, I
Before
don't
now, let's try to
fully...
limit.
I don't fully trust the boards.
No, I do not.
But... I...
The other option.
Clearing out that path.
If we can check...
The one that doesn't require boards.
Okay. If that path clears out and we can confirm there's no threat there, we can test there. The other option is we check behind those palisades next to the ship. See if there's a spot where we're out of view. That way you're close to water in case you need to start pulling some water mana.
Well, to that degree, there is a lot of water in that cave. From what I believe the ocean kind of cuts through in there. So that was part of also the suggestion for that the large room prior to the bridge that crosses over that ravine. I don't really know how deep it goes, but as far as places available to us until more fitting arrangements, that would be my suggestion. It is somewhere that presently, according to the rules that the Chancellor put out, nobody's supposed to be going in there without giving prior notice to a staff member anyways, so the likelihood of anybody coming on there by chance is pretty nil.
Well, a lot of the rules are followed anyways, but if we can clear out the path, the only people who should be going there should be students,
the path,
not guests.
To the point in question, the path is clear. The clearing it out was more to potentially see if there are more resources that we could take advantage of for setting ourselves back up with the ability to be self-sufficient with alchemy, beyond just trying to get that farm to yield, which may or may not work.
That'll work. If you want to start working with others, clear that area, we can. I may take some time, clear some of those rocks myself.
I do not have any present activities in mind for the day. I was going to spend a bit of time in there, if allowed, to get a feel for how hefty of a task it would be to maybe not necessarily clear all of them, but clear at least a path through to investigate the other side before clearing out the rest.
I will.
So that if there is a threat
I
back
can go
there,
as well.
it can be sealed back up quicker.
Okay. I can go as well currently, as our guest should be leaving.
Yes.
If you want to try and get some practice in real quick.
I would not mind trying to do so.
Okay. Just in case, the second person that you trust to be present during that training.
Okay. I'll probably let Rowan know, seeing as he's been the most involved in this as far as members of the team go. That is, if he's not busy with all the other things that he's become responsible for as of late, which he is doing a good job of. I'm not complaining. It just makes it hard to get his time sometimes. But I'll go take a quick run around, see if I can find him, let him know, and also keep an eye out for if the... Which guest in question are we talking about? The, Monty's guest or the other?
Elf who is here with us.
Understood. I'll see if I see him around.
I'll stay near here. If
Alright.
he's free, have him come with us, just in case. That way we have 3 people.
Yes, sir.
Try bring Noble back.
Some semblance of
I'm alive.
discretion to people.
Hmm.
But that's either here nor there.
And if they figure it out, they're gonna kick us out.
Am I interrupting anything, Rowan?
Not really. Just him.
I was speaking to Professor Acteris about the cave as regarding that blocked off path, but there was something else that was going to go on there regarding helping train me, and he recommended I bring somebody with me just in case. I figured probably you, but if you're busy I can ask one of the other Lumen members.
No, I'd be happy to.
Of
No?
course, you can have your captain back.
Sorry, Jarl.
I deserved it. It's quite alright.
But, yes.
It was a good time.
Aye, that it was.
Clean stuff, so...
Hope you're
Take care.
Yeah.
I think I saw him over there, but we haven't now.
He said he would hold by the medical building. Oh, wow, I didn't realize they got that all set up already. I don't know if he had... Did he move locations? Okay, no, he's over
I
there.
saw him go down that way.
Well, no, he's over here. But, yeah, it's, in regards to that, I was talking to him about it, and I also brought up the thing about, what had been potentially suggested about, Lady Cecilia. You might be able to word it better than me, because I have my own worries, and at least I can say presently his thought is more to, that intel more is known, that me and her should be kept separated. Rather
That's
than...
fair. I was planning on bringing it up to the Chancellor before anything anyways.
Well, at the very least, I figured it was something that was worth talking about.
Professor?
I filled him in.
Good to go.
Actually, before we get too is there torches by the cave, or do I need to get one from over there? I'll get...
You may want to grab one. I'm unsure of the...
There's a little nook just to the right as you approach the cave.
Okay.
Should be some in there. Otherwise, there's a couple by the tree.
Thank you.
Okay, that works too.
Thank you.
Figured I might as well check, because I remember when we had visitors 2 days ago, we were scrambling to look for some.
Yeah. Probably grab one by the training area just to be sure anyways.
Yeah.
Are we going towards the one that has the mushrooms in it?
Yes, and then going towards the branch that opened up into that really large room before the intact bridge. But we were also going to take a look at the collapsed area, see how much effort it might be to try to make a partial path through it in the process. Seeing as that area is the most closed off, it's useful for things that we don't want people to wander in on.
That's not. She's cute, but...
One should be fine, right?
Yeah, if it's just the three of us. It's not like we're splitting up or anything.
I see him talk to girls all the time. He talks to like every
That's
girl
true.
on campus.
Worst case, if I get desperate, I can just light up my sword and hope I find my way out.
Good weapon you got there, I'll give you that. Thank you. It is my friend.
Hello, Ruben.
With the
Bye,
fate.
Ruben.
Hello.
Oh, there is one down here now. Well, that's useful.
Yep, good to know that we realized the problem we had before and fixed it.
Before heading in here, do we need to ping someone about this, or should we be just fine?
It might be wise.
Check with someone,
just in case. Yeah. Just in case there's something in there that we should find.
I've not used this before.
Hey. I was gonna say, if you're confused, I know how to do it.
Yeah, I think I did it.
Do you have like a little icon on your screen? Like.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Yeah, you got it.
Oh, hey.
Hello?
We're gonna head into the caves, but I wasn't sure if we need to ping a DM or whatnot about it first.
Oh no, you're good. I appreciate it though.
That was also one of the things we were going to check was that caved-in section.
We were going
to check physically, and I was going to use a bit of mana just to see if the cave is being supported by those stones, or if we can clear those and not worry about a cave-in later down the line.
And about how much effort it would take to clear out at least a partial path through it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I was gonna ping later for that, but since you're here right now, just give you a heads up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, good to go then?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, it's so much better in here now, actually.
No, we're not entirely sure of the safety for. Better to have a weapon ready,
Careful on the sides here.
just in case.
Fair enough. Careful on the sides, by the way. The fire drops.
Yeah. But yes, and I don't know if you had been in here before or not, Professor, but the alcove that I had mentioned before that had me thinking there might be more resource areas like that further in is up ahead, and then to the left there's a room that is completely pretty much lush with plant life in there, which makes
Yes,
me
we were in here briefly 2 nights ago. Members of Umbra thought they saw someone enter here, so we did a quick search party just to make sure no one wandered in alone.
Ah, but yes, this was the area I had in mind as far as an open area that was at least far enough away from anything falling. But
I never got a good look at this before.
yeah, the collapsed area is further ahead down there across a bridge. We confirmed that it's in usable condition, that people were able to cross it safely. I know there's some people that had their reservations about it.
Right. This might be the ore deposits they're talking about.
Yeah,
Yes.
Never actually got a good sight on that.
But yes.
Last time I came in here, it was a bit before we got a torch. So first time I walked in here, I saw the central stone structure, and then the plants along the top, and truthfully I grew a little concerned. In the dark, it looks like there's a stone tree down here.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I can see.
Honestly, I can see it now that you point it out. But yes,
Oh my.
I've crossed over it before, so I can say that it's...
Who brought this log down here? Oh, the fucking supports, right, never mind. I'm silly.
And do be careful around the mushrooms, just in case.
Yeah, some of them are definitely poisonous.
Just a
Same
little
thing with the nushrooks, I'm sure you've heard, but the baby ones.
Yep.
Yes. The big concern for me mostly is, as you know, quite a few of my spells are fire and electricity based, and if there's a ton of mushroom spores in the air, well, they're just waiting for a small explosion.
Right. But yeah, that was what I was talking about with the, in regards to the, might be if something that was there, it might be something that's there as an emergency for the past miners, that if someone slipped and fell into the, outlet here. Yes, this was the, area right up here. Don't know how far back it goes, but it definitely looks like there's once a path through here.
Does.
And with the way that it's shaped, it's even potentially possible that the collapse itself is, if it is ending up supporting, it could be made into an arch in itself. So there's like a small area like through here or so. But again, that was one thing I wasn't certain of, is how far back this might go. And if there is something on the other side.
Just in case, even if it seems perfectly fine, we'll probably want to put some wooden supports first here.
Yes,
an arch.
was
We'll
gonna say,
push forward a short distance, set another.
With the amount that there's been a number of people that have been gathering fairly sizable logs, so we should be able to do something like that. You might be able to... You said you might be able to get a feel for how far back this goes? I've never really seen the extent of your magic firsthand.
Depends on how far we actually want to test this. Alright.
They're here.
Okay. Well, just in case, if you'll stand back, I'm gonna have to shake it slightly just to make sure.
Understood.
Let's see.
Wow.
Of course, I wish I was as good as, well, Lafron is practicing for testing this, but I'm just gonna have to brute force a little vibration through.
doesn't go very far back, but there might be a small pocket behind all this.
Alright. I'll double check just to make sure. But it looks... seems there's a pocket back there.
That could imply either this collapse is hollow, or there's a pathway that branches off there.
Yes, I'm not sure. I can't reach very faults. Like I said, a brute force technique, and not really one I practice much. I didn't do much spelunking after a certain time.
It's still good to know. It's not fully collapsed in on itself.
So
maybe it loops around to the other path. You've seen that, correct, sir?
Yes, the collapsed
the one where
region. Well, where the bridge has fallen.
We'll see. When we go to start clearing this, make sure people have weapons with them. Not everyone's going to be having their hands full of rocks at the same time.
Understood.
The problem with it being a pocket is, if it does loop, we don't know what's on the other side. If it is just a cavern, or just a opening at the end.
Understood.
Well, if anything's stuck back there, I'll probably want to get out quick.
Yes, we could probably try to have some people preemptively get some of the logs needed to form the wall bracing before it gets too dark. I know there are some people that were collecting that. It would just require a couple people to carry them across the gap. But that is good to know, and if that is the case and we have the go-ahead to do that, then if not today, I'll try to gather people for that tomorrow.
Oh well.
And of course, you would be more than welcome to assist. I'm sure you'd have a number of ways to make this potentially easier.
Well, it'll be good practice for anyone who's using earth magic, but magic's not the end-all be-all for it.
Right.
So we could probably set supports, but once our mana is pulled from those supports, they'll start to collapse. Our main concern would just be making sure, main thing would be making sure either myself or the Fron are nearby, so that if a cave-in does happen, someone's trapped, we'll be able to essentially destroy the rocks or shift them.
Alright, I'll try to find him later and let him know of the plan, try to get him in on it too then. So it would definitely be probably a comforting factor to have as many of those who have experience with rock magic to be present for that specific reason. That's one thing out of the way. As for the other...
Of course, is your practice.
I guess the question is, how exactly does one practice this? Given that we haven't been able to figure out how to force it. Well, besides the obvious. But...
Which mostly seems to be tied to stress, correct?
It's...
Stress in the presence of...
That's been one of the factors I've noticed. It's the least reliable source, but it's happened. It happened today.
Very well. How would you like to proceed? Would you like to try and proceed, see if you can mentally stress yourself? Or would you like to walk through a process?
I feel that trying to force it myself, at least presently, may either lead in circles or who knows what sort of result that might have. I am open to pretty much anything, as long as I am going to be fine afterwards.
Well,
relatively speaking.
Then we'll proceed with what we discussed on the boat, to a small degree. When you're casting your water magic, you stated previously you kind of pull from previous memories or feelings you had of your memories, correct?
Yes.
If possible, I want you to recall one of those memories. Walk through it as you begin casting your spell.
Very well. Let's start with something on the lighter side. This was the earliest thing that I had ever learned. It was always taught to me by the push and pull of the waters by the lakeside. Feeling them rise and fall almost like a heartbeat. A heartbeat that I tried to turn into my own. Feel the cold. Be able to coalesce and gather it. To which point it would emerge. Almost like a...
Ah. Good. Keep focusing that. Keep focusing on the memory.
Best place to record trainees practice. But the risk of being warned of dinner.
Yes, that's
good
why
idea.
we did it. If anyone wanders in, that's probably one of ours. The idea originally started proceeding with theirs. They pitched the idea. I went with it because it made sense and there was no reason for us not to. As I warned you for on the boat, clearly we're pulling those memories, those feelings that you normally tie to your spells. And then we're going to twist them. Alter them slightly. I want you to think back. You said that the thing you focused on was that heartbeat. The pushing and pulling of the waves by the pond.
Yes.
Now, take that heartbeat, the one you're matching it with. I want you to focus a little deeper into that pond. I want you to remember that presence you felt, that slight tug, that draw. Just yourself mentally, it's not a simple push and pull of a wave. Slight push. Larger pull, slight push, drawing you in. Every heartbeat, think of those whispers. Getting slightly louder. focus. You're matching it. Start to try and walk yourself back out. Push a little more than you pull. Focus. You're wanting the water. The push and pull. If you need to, as you said, think of someone else speaking to you. Said you want taught magic and sword fighting from your parents. Try to drown out the whispers. What is the advice you received?
The coldness in itself being a sense of warmth. Gentleness within the tides.
Keep focusing. We don't want to accidentally relapse back into that whisper.
Admittedly, thinking about it makes it almost feel like they're here.
One should maintain that spell for the next minute. Make sure you keep focusing. If necessary, try to think of those whispers, but maintain your spell as it is currently. The key point is you're going to want to start learning how to pull yourself out of it. Let us know what's running through your mind. Speak as you go.
Imagining it talking to me like it did back then. Right now it asks me why I ran away again. Why I didn't just take the chance I had. It was because I was needed elsewhere.
Focus. You're listening to the whispers, but remember, focus on your other conversations. Push it away more than you pull.
And yet it sounds happy because I'm actually talking to it first for once. Instead of it the other way.
In this situation, we spoke to it first. Control the conversation.
Familiar as it may be, it is not my relation. No matter how much it feels like it. It's a different place. At the same time, I do understand it.
spell. Sheath a weapon, take a minute. Breathe and refocus on yourself. You have the black strand and black hair, but
it is really loud.
Still spill and stayed water.
I don't get why there shouldn't be one here. Why do I? It's so loud.
Focus.
It's a good sign, I think.
It's asking if I want more. Is that me imagining
First, before you respond, brace into yourself. Refocus. Think back to the push and pull. You're pushing it away more than it is pulling you. Think back to the advice of your parents and family. It helps.
It does.
Shift through different footing of your... Don't unsheath your weapon, but if you need to, shift through different footing. Like you said, much like your spellcasting, you learned your swordsmanship spellcasting similar times. Proper swordsmanship needs proper footing. Proper magic needs proper mentality.
This in itself does feel familiar. And yet at the same time it doesn't. That is different.
Think of those differences. What feels different?
Normally it's like the motions feel like I'm usually walking on top of the water itself. Everything usually feels light, each movement flowing into the next. But yet in the back of my head, oh dear. People coming.
Yes. We were checking on the caved-in section and doing a bit of magic practice. Well, we'll probably do that in a bit. I think there was, if I remember correctly,
Is she hiding?
They went down the pathway. Currently, they're practicing magic. Don't reveal any tricks. Keep you surprised until it's actually mastered.
Can't deny I haven't done that before.
We'll be continuing on magic practice, and we want to look for a different den, just so that we can continue.
There are none different
Yeah.
things, sir. These are the only two.
No want to.
This are the only two. We went all the way throughout the entire cave. There's no one. There's only mushrooms and then there's iron.
There's
These are the only
a there is a fairly empty area down the other pathway of the tunnel.
I mean, we can kind of go. We got a lot of evidence already. they want to have their privacy for.
No, I was
for,
meant for,
showing that.
I meant for Acteris and the training.
And pray with
That
the
we
switch,
could go
because
to the
we
other
need
area.
we need these organs. No, he said there was an empty space in that direction.
It's alright.
So I guess we should all just turn around and not look at the.
Just breathe.
Should I move somewhere else?
Just follow me. Stay close.
Doesn't matter. Matter percent.
Fucking dark.
Turn left up here.
My apologies.
I'll double check. I thought I remembered iron veins back there.
Don't believe there is any veins around here that I saw.
Not that
However, a nice,
not that I recall.
quiet area that people will have no reason to come to.
For your sake, if you'll step behind the pillar, to the left.
Yeah.
So that way you're out of view of the entrance.
Yes. I wasn't expecting anyone else to come in. I suppose that was my fault. Well,
once more,
the good news.
Your eye color has switched purple again.
Yeah, that's kind of a byproduct when I saw people coming in and realizing what was going on.
So, but back to what you were doing.
Right.
Recenter yourself.
No, we don't want more.
Keep up the good work. I'm gonna go check on the noble.
Very well.
Thank you, Chancellor.
You like this? Thank you.
No, we don't want more right now. It's the exact opposite.
But, like you were saying, as you were going through the emotions of the difference. But like you were more...
But, so normally it feels kind of on a surface, but it's like... Instead, it feels like the surface is above me right now. And I don't feel like I'm drowning or treading water, but it's also like there's this expanse under me instead of something solid to walk on, and there's... Feels like somebody looking back at me, but I don't see anybody.
Have you ever been in water where you dove into it and just relaxed for a moment? Let yourself kind of float to the surface?
Many times.
I want you to kind of think similar to that. Don't focus on what's below you. Don't focus on anything in particular. Just let yourself float.
Advantage. feels like that's the push and pull usually happens more in the front, and it's always the back that always feels like it's tugging back last. I suppose that probably makes sense with this. Oh shit, yes, please! Do this, guys. Do this, guys. The nice thing is, without being close to anything that normally causes it, it still feels like a conversation, but it's very individual. They're not being very nice right now, though.
Ignore them. But now you're floating. That conversation doesn't matter. If it helps, do you have any memories of, say, floating on that pond, maybe during the summer? Hearing a family member telling you you're supposed to maybe come back inside and you're just gonna let yourself float a bit longer.
Yes, they would say something.
Sure.
Please don't go. Please don't go too far. Too far. That's what they said. It wasn't.
Don't worry. Focus. You're just floating. Close to the edge. Easy to walk out of.
It's trying to mess with that as I think about it.
Stick with me.
I'm here.
And we're going to shift the focus a little bit instead of a memory. Take my hand. It's time for you to get out of that pond. Focus on the here and now.
Yes.
You're not casting your spell. You're not needing to. What you're doing right now is practice.
Right. That motion actually helped a little bit, I think. Oh god, gotta go, fuck. You guys can keep going, even though the hair is not black anymore. Keep fucking with it.
Kind of taking a initial emotion, initial thought process, and giving it a slight twist.
Yes.
Shifting your thoughts to lead you that way. If we go any further, this is going to happen more frequently.
I understand.
No.
May be required in order for it to also be easier to go back.
Now, currently, see that your eye color is back to normal, and your hair is back to normal. Do you remember what it asked you? You wanted more. Don't think out too hard. It's yes or no, do you remember?
It was all sorts of things, really. It was offering being able to help. I didn't need anything else other than that. That I deserved it.
On what I'm asking. No, focus on what I'm saying. Do
Yes.
you remember it? Don't think about it. Good. Now that you're in the right state of mind,
I do.
focus here on my questions, not on your thoughts.
Yes.
Do you want whatever it is offering?
No.
Good. That is your response. Remember, one of the things, like a wave push and a pull, it is trying to pull you further, and is what pulled you in. You must learn to push against it.
Right.
Now that you are in a right state of mind, you do not want what it's offering. When you hear those whispers, hear those questions, you know what you want, and it's not that. Push those whispers away.
Yeah. I'll try.
And if it helps, if
the
it helps
act, the act of hearing them, or even to a degree, but it's a bit of restraint thinking about them.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Remember, focus here.
The
current conversation.
Yes.
Not the one it wanted to have.
Right.
If it helps. Have you been to a large city?
Only briefly when I was, trying to get to a port city to get on a ship. It was only briefly, but...
Especially...
I remember what it was like there.
Do you remember seeing any of those pushy salesmen? Seeing a lot of people moving back and forth, like, oh, you should buy this tent, you should buy this tent, or you should buy these sleeping bags, they're the best ones, cheap, here you go.
Don't remind me. Those people
That's
are
your
annoying.
friend. That's the friend who's in your head, whispering to you.
Oh.
Hey, do you want power? I have a great deal for you. Here's power, here's power. You want to take a power? Here's the power.
Yeah.
Imagine it like that. You need to start getting yourself out of that mentality. It's an annoying salesman trying to get you to take whatever it's peddling.
Yeah. At the same time, it does bring things to mind about why it even manifests the way that it does, period. What even is it? I mean, if it was... The thing that makes me wonder is if it was some form or something of the devouring, wouldn't it be making my body weaker instead of... In some ways, it's... When it was... I talked about it a bit with, Rowan, but during the course of the attack on the island, when I was fully cognizant, at least, discounting the times that it got too overwhelming, I felt like I was performing better than normal. That, to a degree, I was so familiar with what was going on that I could tell what they were about to do before they did it. I barely had many scratches on me during that, actually, even though they were attacking me. If anything, it was actually being truthful in one thing, and that was I was stronger, in a sense, protected from the worst of it, even when I was that far away from the rift itself at one point. Briefly, but... If it's not that, what is it?
One of the other issues is proper study of the devouring has only really been performed over the last 9-ish years. The other issue is, of course, the devouring usually takes over a person, kills them within 5 days. If they're lucky.
Otherwise...
If they're not, yes, otherwise it takes them over.
I've seen what that looks like. Far too personally. That's pretty much what happened to the vast majority of everybody that didn't die in the incident. Most of them contracted it later. I was one of the only ones who didn't.
As you informed, maybe briefly, of Duchess Cecilia's condition. Professor Mordred believes that it is some form, either a lighter version of the devouring, or some kind of alteration. Hers very much does still try to consume her. Just not physically, as the devouring usually does.
Right.
Hers targets specifically her mana. I can't say, as I'm not an expert. I can tell you what my concerns are, but take them as with a grain of salt. I have done no research. I'm going purely off of what I know, off of military reports, and what I'm witnessing with you.
Intuition is better than nothing, so I'll take it.
I will. I'm sure you've noticed when someone becomes a devoured, they're full of pain, and they kind of just mindlessly start attacking. But
yep,
they are very rarely stationary. It was a few months ago, I believe. There were reports that had made it onto the bulletin that there were devoured furbolgs wandering the forest near Blythewood. Furbolgs are usually very deeply hidden away, very rarely seen. If they had contracted the devouring and become devoured, even if they were in pain, they should have still been hidden away. Why would they start wandering out to where people could see them? I am concerned, personally, that it is to act sort of as partially as a fear tactic, partially as a scouting force. The occultic gathers where there's fear, where there's anxiety, where there are large manifestations of negative emotions, pain. If you saw, say, a dozen elves come out of the forest just in incredible pain, obviously fully consumed by the devouring, and they started randomly attacking people, the only option was to watch the guards put them down. Would you feel safe? Would you start to get anxious, panic?
Yes. Given I was part of the group that had to do that.
Yes. And where mass panic occurs, occultic mana follows.
Right.
Where occultic mana gathers, the easier it is for occultists to occur. So my concern is that you have, sort of like Cecilia, a variation. I don't know what it's going to do. I don't know what it's trying to do. If it is based on occultic mana, like it seems to be, it is possible that We'll say you might be being used as a conduit, where a devoured may travel forward, cause fear, cause panic, and a slow gathering of the occultic. You're hearing whispers offering you more, asking you if you want more, trying to pull you into the occultic. Now, of course, this is purely theory, but it is a concern that we have to be aware of, and most importantly, speak about.
Right.
I'm sure you've seen it, where people try to suppress fears, stay quiet, act like things are fine, and it takes one person to panic, and the floodgates open.
I mean, that's the whole reason why my condition has been brought up in the first place, was apparently it wasn't even about me, it was about someone else, and well, you know more about the specifics of that. I wasn't awake for it, and yet I'm kind of partially catching flack for it, because even if I'm not the same on them as far as willingly picking up the practice, it's still there.
I think you're whispering. I don't think anyone's going to be hearing you from that far.
Yeah, we'd see them well before they saw us.
There was an incident a few nights ago where the new cadet Pippin overheard two squads.
Less common for right
speaking
now,
about
unless
occultic magic.
you'll get an idea if she's thinking
That
about
being
them.
the introduction to the knowledge that there are practitioners here.
I might need
has
some of you to
caused a bit of a
record shit
stir.
for me. I might have that on like a
Woman
little...
has approached two of them, hence
I might
have
make
told
something
them
out
in a
of
more
this.
appropriate manner. Still have not had time to talk to Pippin about it yet, however, and he was also the most affected by it. And for what you said about...
A moment. I'll just check something.
Of course.
Ah. Okay, sorry. I just needed to make sure one of the mushrooms over there has a slight glow underneath where the gills are. And from here, it looked kind of like two blue eyes looking at me. I was making sure Feroli wasn't eavesdropping.
Oh,
Understandable.
Understandable.
But I've kind of come to the same conclusion as you have, sir. I have not as much information about Cecilia's condition, but she did at least tell me some of that, and she was vying for captaincy again. And of course, for medical reasons, as when an occultic magic was used near her.
Yes.
You say they might be strains that are designed for different things. I was somewhat thinking of the other side. Of strains that maybe are different because they've been around for so long, and because the rifts are changing. Perhaps these are things that are vulnerabilities in the strain for whatever reason. Might be something we can figure out.
Part of the reason
if we
for
can link
thinking
them
about
together.
that was where the precursor of the rift was, and how I was pretty much always near it. That it was potentially an adaptation that made it so that I'm not actively dying from it, but instead it's like an affinity of its own, but I wouldn't call it exactly the same thing as a traditional one.
Understandable. but we'll see. It's either, as you think, a vulnerability, or, as I fear, a adaptation.
Either way, I feel very strongly that this might be related to Cecilia's condition. And obviously, once we've talked it over with the professors and the Chancellor, I think there are strong benefits to trying to compare the two. And if possible,
Yes,
if she's open to it, we're beginning Cecilia's treatment if she's open and amicable to it.
Treatment, sure. Comparisons, sure. However, I would like to avoid having the two of you close together until we're more sure of what's going on.
Great.
As I stated,
Right.
the worst case scenario, we have a cascading effect.
Feedback loop.
Yes.
I will also say, Professor, well, I did not give any names, and I did not specify that they are with the Academy, just that I have met someone. I did let Lady Cecilia know that I've met someone with a similar-ish condition to hers in my time at Rosewood, and that there might be some path forward with whatever we gained through that. He seemed at the very least excited at the concept.
Well.
I didn't give any more information than that. And I think I've mentioned this to you already, Céline, but this is not the place to go around talking about Cecilia's condition either. I don't know how open it is to the populace, but...
I have only brought it up to you and...
Go.
The professor.
Down with it.
Oh, right.
Go.
Sir? Céline.
It's his own condition.
Come here. Is everything alright? What's happening?
Yeah, just... I need to get away from him.
What's going on?
Acteris.
Acteris has green flame shooting out from him?
Ah, shit. It's not the cult. That's not something you need to worry about.
It's related.
Are you alright?
Yeah, just... search. Oh, crap. I'm staying safe. He's not doing it on purpose. He doesn't want it either.
It's just Morgan. Are you okay?
Trying to calm down.
May I approach or no?
You can approach. Just.
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. Do you want me to put this out?
If you don't mind the dark.
Don't mind at all.
Oh, jeez.
and she won't hurt me.
I heard you over here. How are you two doing?
I just sat down. Are you alright?
Yeah. Just horrid timing.
Yeah, things tend to be like that, don't they? Did that issue flare up again for you?
Yes. Only happened twice on the boat. But I'm just glad it happened here in the cave instead of in front of any of the guests. Gods forbid it happens in front of the Duke.
I suppose that at least it was a nice thing I asked for it when I did. Got us both out of the way.
And come on. Same thing as last time. I see everything's changed on you. I go there. Yeah. Come on, it's time to get out of that. Focus on the here and now. Nautical mentality. But make sure Céline focuses on the here and now. Not previous conversations or thoughts.
Okay.
Come on, Céline. I'm getting over mine. Don't forget to get out of the pond and get over yours.
I know. Can you hold this for a moment?
Oh, I'll take it.
Either. What are you doing? Because I was going to. Huh? Yeah. There we go. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me.
Nothing to apologize for.
Not you.
Focus. Here and now.
You're apologizing to me. You have no need to. It's neither of you. You can't hear them, anyways. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. In a sense, acknowledging that they are there is both helping and hindering as I thought it would.
Yes.
The only
As that kind of goes through.
The main thing is, without the other sources, it's at least just one and not dozens. That's when it becomes impossible to ignore them.
But get used to one. Get used to controlling conversation as well.
Yeah, that's the hope at least. I think when we go and start working on the tunnel, I'm gonna touch on that little part jutting down for a bit. I banged up against that. Funny thing.
This part here?
Yeah. This
Yeah.
part. I can just knock it down. That needs to be knocked down, but the metal's still got sleepy. Well,
which is equally dangerous.
I guess if you wanna, I don't know if you'd been brought into the idea, but, that collapsed area across the bridge down that way, probably before the end of the day, I was gonna try to have some people help bring some, logs from outside to make some wall bracing, and we're going to start trying to clear through to this, hollow point that, Professor Acteris was able to, detect a little ways in. Start seeing, what else lies
Across
in
the
here.
bridge?
Yeah.
Gave the import first, just in case.
Yeah. Rather than making another, no offense, Terra Bridge.
Oh, none taken. I didn't do it. I think they're idiots.
Okay, then, yeah.
They would have told me. If they would have told me they were doing that, I would have actually have tried to make a good platform.
I see. Well, hopefully they
On the bright side of what
touch
we
up
did
on
find
it a little
on
bit.
the other side of... Oh, I'm going to, no worries. On the bright side, on the other side, though, there were plants oddly flourishing in the winter. Water that was not cold but not warm. And Varys and Pippin think it's a grove.
I was gonna say something like a... like
A
not a
place for
hot
the
spring,
goddess.
but... Oh, for... Did they detect a shallowing there?
Possibly.
I don't know.
Because the question
They
is,
just
I
thought
mean...
the place felt special.
We were able to close one with her guidance. I imagine it'd probably be a bit of the reverse to try to intentionally open one, but that kind of required her to be able to help cast with us, so I don't know how feasible that is.
Yes. Worst case scenario, it's going to be either a large ritual or someone with a large amount of mana is going to have to temporarily act as a conduit for Kia.
Well, that might potentially be... I was going to say, Pippin appears to be a seer, and he said that, at least according to him, he has a lot of mana. He might be able to. He's at least familiar with the feeling of being in the presence of spirits. It's just a matter of if he'll be willing to
Also
help.
have to be careful. There are also natural shallowings. If we're lucky, it's natural and close to being open.
Right.
The difficult part, of course, is just going to be... well... spirits are great and all, but sometimes they don't like sharing. And if there's already one who's watching over these mountains... we're gonna have to... wait and hope some dealings between Kier and them go well.
I see. That's well out of my wheelhouse, so I have no way of helping or hopefully helping or hindering.
So, on the bright side for the school, we've got about 4 to 5 bags of iron.
So the good
I've
thing,
also learned that I can meld the iron that's in the walls like that.
being
So that's fun.
the
Yes.
It's also very draining.
Call of
It
the
is.
Void
And do be careful.
and
Just
gazing
remember,
into the abyss,
when you stop
acknowledging her
shaping the-
problem.
Stop supplying mana.
When you acknowledge that
iron's
it's
gonna try
there,
and go back to its normal shape.
it can look back. That is my guidance to you all.
Got it.
Just
On the
keep
bright side,
that
we
in
have a
mind.
bunch for, well, any sort of iron, anything.
Yeah.
And Monty said we could make steel.
Very good.
Thank you for the help, and sorry for it being a bit more difficult than we were anticipating.
Doing my job. I'm thanking you for doing my job, especially for something like that. And it's something that we have to figure out.
Right. It's more for the sense
I
of
want to put this torch.
not making it feel like the end of the world, sort of thing. I had a less than stellar conversation about it earlier that, well, put the right feelings in place for a bit.
Are you hungry? Because I want toast.
Yes, very.
Let's go grab food.
Okay. You might want some yourself.
As well.
Something to
Simple
eat.
thing to remember. It's generally a lot harder for me to make it sound like the world's ending, considering, well, 434 years old, closing in on 435. The world kind of already ended for me. A person looking for advice isn't really an end of anything. It's actually a nice step forward versus mass hysteria and having to take over because all of my higher ranked officers fled.
Yeah, suppose that makes sense. Yes?
Okay, so have you thought about, like, dress colors or anything like that?
What? Huh? What? Huh? Are we still on about this?
I mean, yeah, a little bit. I want to hear your actual opinions besides me telling you you look good.
I mean, I did kind of think the idea of, like, the lilac is a shade of purple, right?
Yes.
I haven't really seen it up close, but it sounded purplish. That sounded kind of cute. I think, I don't know how it look on me, but I think purple is a nice color.
Alrighty.
Why? Is there...
No reason.
So, what's that conversation about? And what the hell is happening over there?
Good question, but also, apparently, they think that I look really nice in, like, a dress for that gala thing, and, they were like...
gala?
Yeah, the Princess Cecilia and, her, spouse were planning, and they told some of us about it. They told Lumen about it while we were, having, food with them. Seriously, what?
I've never been to one.
But, well, neither have I, but, apparently they're willing to help people with, like, dressing nicely and such, but, and, according to Lucia, they think that, if I, like, had something pretty, they thought that, well, they had this idea, apparently, that, something that, they're like, you could help raise funds for the school, which I thought was a good idea. I was like, well, what does that mean? Like, well, you look really attractive. You'd probably, like, be a hit with the nobles, and we could auction a night to hang out with you. And I was like, okay, I don't know how that would really work, but they said it would be, they said it would be a, they said it'd be, they thought I'd be really pretty in a dress.
Okay.
What? I mean, it's just...
That just sounds weird.
Just company,
I think you'd look lovely in a dress.
Uh-huh.
Ani,
should
let's go grab food and I'll explain.
Okay, while we get food, we can also figure out what the hell that is.
Would that be a burial question?
Around it. Probably.
Whatever that is, it's being handled.
In the team, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's okay,
They seem to not be doing well after being with your license, give him a bit of space.
Oh.
Is he okay?
Okay.
He's in stable condition. He's available to be talked to, but he's also heavily injured.
Wait, who? Someone got hurt?
At least he's alive.
No, wait. Let's step away. They don't need to hear that, but yes. Come 1 second.
Okay. Right. I'm sorry.
It's more for the sake of if Yuki is affected by this, we do not wish to remind her in that sense. We were at the training grounds and we were having a conversation with people. It turns out that apparently one of Ulysses' Aether Mention had a malfunction, and it blew up right in his face. His chest as well as his face were directly hit by the explosion.
Oh.
He is healed, he is recovering, but he is still heavily injured. So give him some time, and by the looks of it, I'm assuming that due to Yuki being on that team, they have not really taken it that well, so they might need a moment.
Got it.
Hey, let's go get that food.
Right, yeah.
A lot of people are going for it. Get yourself some.
We can grab food then head to the terror tents. If you want.
Okay, where are they? I think I remember where they are. They're over there, right?
Right past the farm, yeah.
Okay.
Or the start of the farm.
Past the remains of what was once a farm in some lifetime, maybe.
I'll help you see.
For someone, yeah.
Are we getting this too?
You need water?
Ulysses?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Careful.
right here.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
You're good.
You're fine.
Hey.
Hi.
As tired as everyone else is of it, I think having something from the water would be nice for me, so that'll be... Besides, there's a lot more of that, so I might as well be one of the people still willing to eat it.
It's fair.
Alright.
I just haven't had anything from land in a long time.
Yeah, I understand.
Let's go to terror tents.
Sure. Wow, it got dark out really fast.
Dad, look at the fields of our destruction.
You'll notice all the walls are punched down and bricks are shuffled.
Why do I see so many impact craters on so many things?
Me, Gallup, and a few others were smashing down the rubble, grabbing what is salvageable and...
I see.
Well, getting firewood out of any wood that's not...
Gotcha.
Clearing the area.
Yeah. By the way, I was gonna say... Lumen Camp did something like this. I probably would say recommend it would be a good idea. Just you punch down some rubble over there. Just get some of the nice, a little bit larger rocks, and just make a little ring around the campfire here so you don't have to sit on the cold, hard ground.
It's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, it barely took any time for us to do that, so... It's just mostly something a little bit more, it kind of also just makes it feel a little bit more quote-unquote homely. How's Tara doing?
We're a team. I mean, so it's just sad that Penny left. Penny went home.
I was gonna say, I was actually wondering about what had happened there. I didn't see him around today.
He went home earlier in the morning.
I see. I hope he's alright.
He was apparently able to fly with his wings regularly, so he took that as an opportunity to escape. Go anywhere but here.
I see. Was he here against his will?
I don't know. He didn't seem like he liked the idea of being here, though.
I see. Well, either way, I hope he's alright. Or at least he'll be alright.
Me too.
So you're probably wondering what was going on in there.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
I mean, it's not like it's a surprise to you what's going on with me. I'm trying to say not wrong with me because then I just get deep into the spirals and, well, the good
There's
news...
nothing wrong with you.
The good news is we've kind of started figuring out a way to kind of step back out of it when there's less fuel for it. The bad news is that I've realized something is that by doing so and by acknowledging it and having to listen to it in the process in order to both induce it slightly and other things, is that even, by God, I hope there is not one around here, but it started talking to me again. Except the only difference was instead of it being like a room full of voices. Yeah. Right, sorry. Found a way, fish. But instead of it being like a room full of voices, it was just one, maybe at times it kind of felt like two distinct ones. But it was still directly talking, and it was very uncomfortable in a sense because it was simultaneously worried about me and offering more and being thankful that I was actually reaching out to it for a change instead of it to me. At least that's what it felt like.
Why are you scratching yourself with a fish?
I felt like it would help me remind myself that I am a water affinity mage, not otherwise.
Ah, okay.
You don't scratch yourself with iron? Anyways.
Well, sometimes if my arms are turned into metal.
But in the process, we pretty much tried to induce the condition on purpose to try to learn how to ignore it, offering more, like as if it could spread or something. And what honestly felt like genuine pity and not being alone or anything of the like, it was really surreal in a way. Like, I wish they could hear it. So they know what it's like. But just the only way I that any of us see it going forward is just having to, like, go part way to try to then figure out how to go back so that I don't have a repeat of the island. Even though, like, the thing that's really... People, they're like, is it some kind of form of devouring or something? But it does the exact opposite of what that sort of condition is supposed to do. It's not eating away, like, I mean, like, I don't feel weaker, I'm not, like, withering, but if anything, like, I felt more familiar with what was going on, what I was dealing with. I barely had a scratch on me. And even being closer to a rift than any person ever should be, I didn't die on the ship screaming in agony, so either I got lucky or I'm being protected. And if so, how and why? And we were starting to come up with ideas, and none of them were particularly exciting things to think about.
Eventually, when I can talk to Octavian, he's supposed to train me.
You're going to pick it up?
To understand it, yes. For Ivy and the others, I want to understand it so I can help them. Make everyone who
I see.
Feels bad about it or doesn't understand it too.
The only thing I'm trying to... The only thing that makes me feel at least somewhat okay for right now is... There was... Before he had to leave... I talked a bit about this to Sinclair. He's the only one that didn't call it a curse. He said it could be potentially a blessing that we need. He didn't have any way to say so, but I just wish if it was a blessing that I knew how I could use this in a way that made this constant feeling that there's someone else with me or something bearable or worth it. Like, the only reason why I'd want to even entertain listening to it for a bit is just if it meant I could do something that someone wouldn't be able to do without being like me. Something that would make it so that people didn't automatically look at what happens to me and just think how much of a liability I am. Or basically give veiled threats.
I don't see you as a liability. That's for sure. I think you're actually pretty cool. You're an amazing teammate. An amazing leader. And so far you've been a pretty good friend, so...
Well, I appreciate that, although I don't think anybody on my team would be exactly clamoring for my leadership, even if I offered it. Too many unanswered questions. Besides, as far as seniority goes, the most obvious choice for second was Vesper, and that's what they went with, and I'm honestly okay with it just because it means...
If anything, he's a liability.
I mean...
I understand.
As much as it is hard for me to actually believe it at face value, he actually was trying to be understanding about my situation, so... He honestly took it better than the more recent examples, because it came up due to other people not being able to properly follow the instructions that were given about not just talking about stuff in open places.
Yeah.
Wasn't even about me, but because it came up, my name got dragged into it anyways. And as such, I got... well, wasn't ambushed with it, I at least got forewarning.
Everything alright?
Yeah. Just enjoying the fire.
Right. I'll be excusing myself for the night. If I'm needed, just let me know.
Okay.
So, for this gala...
Yeah, so,
Seems like they want to get you a dress, huh?
So, just to backtrack a bit, so, it was brought up by, Cecilia and, her husband, spouse, or betrothed. I don't know what their status is. I was afraid to ask. But they brought it up as a idea of trying to raise the spirits of, people in Norndel with everything that's been going on in the world. And they basically invited, everyone on the initiative to, take part, whether that be as guests or if they weren't keen on it but still wanted to be there, they were saying that they would be willing to let people help provide security or serve things at the event.
So, are we allowed to be a guest there or no?
Yeah, well, when the event, I mean, this is like way off, like probably not even for another whole week, maybe even 2. But as part of it, they were mentioning, they basically mentioned something like, and, we can help find you all some seamstresses and materials, as you probably don't have that kind of stuff just laying around here, and I mean, they're right, we don't. But I guess that seemed to, get some people a bit more, excited about than others. I guess Lucia does, because she's from that part of society, so maybe she actually knows how these things go, and, well, she seemed to believe that, I'd be a hit with the nobility somehow. I don't know how that makes sense. I don't think there's a drop of noble blood in my body.
What exactly did they say you could do?
Well, they were
raffle off a night.
Well, yeah, like, apparently that's things that happen at these things, I guess, or at least that's what I got the idea, but they were like, you know, just spend time with people, and apparently they'll, and they, yeah.
As someone who grew up in the taverns, fighting and, well, admittedly drinking, you don't want that. A night with someone is... it's like buying you. For potentially buying you for something that's less than ideal. That's how some people view that. It's definitely how it's taken in taverns and towns.
Well, this isn't a tavern or a town.
least from my experience.
It's like, I mean, it's people that are like at least like sort of behaved, right? Like, I mean, if it helps our position here, given how we're kind of, well, not struggling, but we're not in a great spot either. If it helps people.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You can say no. Whenever the gala happens, may I go with you?
I mean, sure, everyone can go.
Or accompany you to the gala?
Well, everyone can go. If you want to go, you don't have to ask my permission.
I'm more so asking, will you accompany me to the gala? What's the right word? As a date. We're both moon elves.
Huh? Huh? What? Okay, was it that kind of affair? I didn't know, I've never done, I guess I'll think about it. I wasn't actually thinking about that at all. Okay. Yeah, sorry,
I take no offense in being told no.
Yeah, it's just, it's only been, like, the same thing, like, when Lucia told me, apparently, that I could be, like, pretty, and I didn't know how to handle that, so, like, how to, wow. Okay. It's not me saying no, I just, words hard, I barely even know what you're supposed to do with those, other than, apparently make connections and make people...
They're like parties, if I'm not mistaken.
I've never really gone to go to a party
Big
before.
royal parties.
Well, I've especially not been to a royal party, but I've never been to, just a party in general. We didn't really do that at home, and then, well, I never had time for it, so I don't know what they're like.
I don't exactly know what they're like, but from the talks in taverns and people in towns, they're like big extravagant parties. Everyone dressed up nicely, small talk. Small helpings of food. Trying to push and make connections and trades and things like that.
So... okay, then... I think I get the idea, but... I mean, I'm still kind of, like... if there's something I'm able to do there that helps our position here, I mean, like, I want to make sure that we're in a good position. I mean, I really want people to look at me, positively here, because, I have plenty of reasons to worry about why they wouldn't. Because, the spooky haha things, wow. Yeah.
I should probably, go check, see what, my team's up to. I think they were planning on potentially talking about stuff, and that might involve, having to rip off more bandages and get it over with, sort of thing.
Ow.
Figuratively, not literally. No one has a bandage on that I'm aware of. If they have, they've been hiding their wounds, and I'm sure that'll get them yelled at.
Probably. I'm going to turn in for the night after I dispose of this.
Okay, well, you can do that right here.
If you need me, I'll be in a tree. Okay.
You shouldn't sleep in the tree without a blanket.
Don't tell her.
I would require you to have a blanket.
Don't tell her what to do. What if she wants to sleep in the tree? What if she wants to be a beautiful, beautiful... What if she wants to be a beautiful, beautiful barn owl?
If I had my captain sash right now, I'd give you what for.
Well...
You have a lovely night.
Okay, good night. So haunting at the same time.
Because the calm
It'll come to you regardless. It'll...
That is like...
Hello, everybody. Wow. Okay, there's like more people than the only. You're the only Lumen person here. I thought it was.
Well, you're here as well. What's the problem then? No, Luminous no longer have to feel alone.
He's gone.
Ain't that right, Céline?
Yeah, I don't actually. I don't know where those two are right now. So
I haven't seen them since a little before sundown. So
I think I saw them
know
briefly
exactly
up on a
I'm
rock,
not sure.
but I mean that doesn't. There's a lot of rocks.
what are they up to?
They were on a cliff for a while. They were talking to each other.
They're probably having a
We were
moment.
meant to do the fucking
Are
hike.
they always together?
Right now?
Whoops.
No, I don't.
They said no, didn't they?
Well, let me go check.
Well, if you wanna go
Okay,
get
can
up
we
and
do-
check, by
We're
all
gonna hang
means.
around each other a lot. Is what I meant to say.
Yeah, I'll go check as well.
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's going on too. Who knows? We'll see.
Your guys' team Captain Murtash, because I know he wanted to go.
Have a
I think
good
he
night.
has
Have a good night.
Or three.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'll let you know.
Bye, you three.
No,
Don't
well,
forget the deer.
I might be back.
She counts.
Don't
She
forget
definitely
the deer.
counts.
3.5.
She's in there.
Enjoy yourself.
Dear Kier counts.
I want to leave this here.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
That was fucking cool.
That was cool.
I didn't see it. I missed it.
He
He
like
kicked
stuck
his
his foot
staff
under.
into his hand.
It went. Well,
Oh.
and he cut it.
I think it was one of those things where I didn't see because I wasn't there for it.
Oh,
Oh.
you literally just.
Yeah.
Cap, are you okay?
Yeah. Just a little shock is all.
You want to talk about it, bud?
In regards to what?
A lot of things.
I've been in Ulysses' position before. It's not pleasant.
Oh.
And it's not a pleasant memory.
I understand.
That with with excuse me, sorry. Captain Val, who passed away due to Aethertech failure. It's a lot, so.
What?
Well, if you ever want to talk on it more, you can, okay? Whenever.
Yeah, I just need a little bit to settle down is all.
What were you going to say, Céline? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I was just... What? I know he has a lot of things. What failed? What was the thing?
I never got told.
So, what's the full extent of it? I believe it was, he was over here in the training ground, with Rom. So Rom definitely saw it firsthand, because when I turned around, he was just on the floor. But I think the general, summary was that he was doing something with his Aether Tech, and was also trying to do something with spellcasting at the same time with it, and essentially backfired, and something failed, and the core failed as well, and he just sort of... That's to the best of my recollection. I don't fully understand what exactly happened.
Right. Still, enough context to go off of. Thanks.
Of course.
To
welcome back.
Change the subject so to help get your mind off it. Did I don't know if Rin was kind of leading any effort on that. Did any progress occur with the trying to find some stuff to set up the alchemy equipment?
Welcome back, Patches. Are you
Oh,
okay?
No, that was kind of a soft goal of the day.
I didn't even know that was a thing. A
Well,
lot of things happened, so
it
I got
was
a bit
brought up.
distracted, I'm afraid.
Well, I apologize for being a fairly sizable bit of that distraction, but I did appreciate
No,
your...
that's fine.
I appreciate the company.
Emma coming down from the top?
Yeah.
But,
Yes, appears so.
I was going to say, you are more than welcome to join in on the great, digging tomorrow. It's too late to start on it now, but I still need to reach out to Lefron and see if he'd be okay with,
Him and,
coming along for it.
Just left, and I think they went to go talk to,
Right, yeah, I might join you on that.
I think they might be back at the camp.
Yeah.
At the very least, I can help gather the wood for the support teams.
Yeah, that's going to be in a minute, because we'll need... Because it'll need to be carefully moved across the bridge there.
Sorry, Vivian.
Upset? Not sure.
But,
Oh, bye, Pip.
yeah.
Do you want to come sit down with us?
Did that, I'm guessing the, talk never happened?
Feel free to come sit if you'd like. Feel free.
Or...
What talk? I had a lot of talks today.
Right, the one specifically about, explaining things to Pippin.
Oh, I have not talked to Pippin really at all today. Only just while he was here.
Okay. I figured I'd check just for the,
Yeah, I,
effort doubling all that.
Yeah, I talked to the Chancellor about that as well, of trying to broach this in better ways. He agreed, and I think hopefully going forward, we won't have issues like what happened with you three. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'd prefer
I
a
hope it
little bit.
stays that way.
I'd prefer a bit more controlled nature of the subject being brought up, so it's done without people,
hearing it the wrong way first, freaking out about it, and having to get it backtracked to where there's the factual information on hand.
If you wish to keep it controlled and the spreading of the information for the sake of it, I understand.
Well,
but the information should still be brought up to people so they know.
What I mean by that is just doing it in such a way where the topic is started because it's intentional, not because somebody's having a conversation too loud and being heard out of context, and then assumptions get made.
Yes, I agree. We found it in a less than satisfactory manner, but
yeah,
it's okay. At least for me, it's okay.
It's been a recurring issue. Hopefully we can fix it this time. I told the Chancellor. He agreed with me on the matter.
But
we'll see
seeing
what we
as
can do
you're
from here.
seeing as you're at least a vested party in it, Professor Acterius has started with trying to help understand everything, as well as figure out ways to backtrack when it happens. To which it was
understood.
Both. It was successful, and it came with a thing I'm going to have to be aware of if I'm going to push that further. That being, it did work to...
go on.
It did work to know how to induce it without being near the bad stuff, and in the process it ended up less potent, but it requires acknowledging that it's there, acknowledging that it's what everything happens, and a lesser version of it as far as the things that were heard. Instead of it being many things, it would just be one. But it's still real nonetheless, and it was a challenge in its own right, but I know how to ignore it, at least when it's just one of them.
It's good though.
So, how are you feeling though? Are you
well,
okay?
To say that I'm concerned that it can now be heard without being nearby the usual sources of it is not disconcerting, would be a lie. It is very disconcerting, but part of the road to understanding it is having to look at the things that aren't the best. This is the way I'm having to look at it. Part of the whole thing about that saying of gaze into the abyss and the abyss stares back, well, it's basically that, except it's talk to it and it will get excited that you actually wanted to hear it for once.
Is that in the literal sense?
In a way, yes. I wish there was a way. I don't wish, but I wish there was a way for you to be able to hear it so that you know what I mean, because it's one of those you have to know it to really understand it sort of things, because there's nothing else like it.
I think I get the general idea. I mean, I've experienced it the way you have, but with what you've described, I think I follow.
This time it was the general flow of it, and I'm going to try to be as vague as possible because thinking about it doesn't help too much, but initial
You could induce it potentially, understand.
surprise that I was the initiator, sounding concerned in the same way that like a parent would towards their own child, and then saying that if I wanted to, I could have more. To which I was at least able to tell it no. And in the process kind of learned a way to sort of step out of it in a sense. Quite literally trying to visualize as if climbing out of the water, pretty much. When I do my magic normally, when it's the water magic, I've always pictured the motions that I go through, like walking on top of water, dancing on its surface.
There
But
you are! I've been wondering where you've two been.
the difference in the case
Oh,
when...
sorry, Céline.
It's okay. The difference being that it felt like being under the surface, still walking, but the surface was above me, and there would just be a lot of depth below me. But it's a start. To at least not have to be dunked in water or slapped across the face to make it stop. Just comes with
Hey, that's better than nothing at all.
it's just the unfortunate
in
side
mind.
effect of you get more as you acknowledge it more.
I see. So you're slowly figuring out how to deal with it, which is respectable, and I'm glad that you're trying.
Yeah.
Or at least to the best.
Now
of
I
your
just need to manage the... Hi? Wow, that is really...
You'll get used to it.
I knew I felt you around here somewhere. Hi, Pip.
I can't believe I almost
Shit,
sat
he
in
did
back
the thing.
here.
Yeah,
That's why I
hey,
turned invisible and
hey,
I'm scared.
Jack.
Jack.
Glad you're back.
Don't worry, I would have pushed you away with my stick hands.
Yeah, we were. Where were we?
Yeah,
Like
actually,
you
I was
were
going to say,
saying, Céline.
where were you two at? Like, everyone was, like, completely unsure where you guys went off to.
Boat. We were literally just sitting on a wall by the boat talking.
Oh, okay. Well, I figured I'd let you
Like,
two...
pretty out
Actually,
in the
now,
open, too.
now that you two are here, I figured I'd let you know kind of what I talked to Professor Acteris about. And that was that he has a similar interest in seeing whatever potential resources, especially if there's more alchemical resources deeper into the cave. So we're going to tomorrow have some logs brought into that area, like past that one bridge, put up as supports, and we're going to start clearing it out because he said there was after he kind of felt it with his magic, there's kind of a hollow point not too far into it, so there wouldn't be a whole lot of effort needed to kind of get to that point and see if it's the other side or if there's more beyond it. I was going to say Rowan might help out with that. I'm kind of Professor Acteris is kind of overseeing it. I was going to try to get like Lefron to help too, since he's a rock mage, but if either of you two want to take part in that, but I know you guys have other stuff.
We may have part-time jobs.
What?
What?
Huh?
Well, the noble really liked our
Girl, what'd you do?
cooking. And so, depending on... He gave us an offer to cater and cook for his parties. And depending on what the Chancellor says, well, then we might
Now
go
that
cook for him.
is something I did not expect, honestly.
Well,
If anything needs to happen,
okay,
then
well,
to get your own.
I mean, I would have been more surprised if they made that offer to you, given how you talked to him. And I'm honestly still scared that that happened because, dear God, I felt like I wanted to just curl up and die. Yes. That's the same. That's the same guy. That's the same guy that they're talking about.
So yeah, he really liked our cooking. He offered us a position, and we kind of agreed that, you know, Malik is concerned that it'll take time away from studies or work we could do here. But if we're bringing money in to put in the coffers, or even just have spare money around for a rainy day fun, not to mention
Bring in money, but it's a member.
source of income.
It's also a member of the nobility who are the ones most antsy about us being here.
Yep, that's kind of what we were thinking, was that it would be good for
relations
between Rosewood.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Also, nobles throw away a shitload of food. Like, that's still perfectly good to use. So I figured we'd steal a bunch of it.
I ain't afraid of living on scraps.
You know
shit,
what?
I mean,
well, maybe
Okay.
steal might be a loaded term.
Listen,
Decently,
even if they're throwing it out,
relocate to
salvage, I prefer
not
to
there.
say.
I would say that we're
Recycle.
pleasantly relocating it elsewhere.
Repurposing it so that
we are
it doesn't go
disposing
to
it for them.
Yeah, exactly. We could
I
say
like
that we're throwing it
I
away
like that
and
better. I like that better.
Yeah, we're disposing it within another stomach, so do not worry about that. That'll do.
But they don't need to know about the other stuff, you know?
I mean, if you guys are hungry, I have some flower petals.
No, do not eat anything that
You're very
gives you that
sweet.
is called
You're
flesh
very
flower.
sweet for offering. But we have different
Why?
dietary plans than you do.
I've already
so
had
it's
one.
okay.
It's not that bad, honestly.
I ate some moss off of his hat, but I
Why are
did it
people looking at
before
me
I
like that?
knew it
What
was
happened?
off of his hat.
What
He
did,
said
what did you eat?
he said it was for making me
barely
feel
bad.
better, and it's medicinal.
so?
Apparently,
It's okay,
How
I
come?
took it off of my hat.
apparently it's medicinal stuff on
So
his
you know
hat.
where it's been at least.
It's got like red sap like blood, and it's apparently supposed to be
Yeah,
really,
it's
really
supposed
bitter.
to be flesh flower because it supposed to look like flesh, like the sap and everything. No, I got that part, but why is it bad?
No, it's extremely
bitter.
It's
bitter
probably just
and
the texture.
awful.
Oh, well, is that all it is? Just the taste? What? I mean,
I guess.
if it makes you say it, I don't see the problem with it. I mean, I've had
What
worse.
if I put it with some Timus?
With some Timus.
He means time.
Yeah,
It's Timus.
pillar of Rosewood.
Right. Well, I mean, as long as it's not anything poisons in that sense or dangerous like it would kill me, I think it's fine. That's all that matters.
It won't.
I don't
Timus
mind.
can
I don't
actually
care.
kill you in high
I
doses.
could see you taking any of the unsalted, to be honest.
He means the Fevira flesh
Seems you
flower,
built of rather
I mean, I would hope so.
three of them.
Timus can.
Well,
Timus can.
I
Like
guess
if
we're
you
gonna have to
inhale it.
start learning about the fourth.
Why would you do that?
I mean, a lot of things could probably kill you if you
That
inhale
too.
it, let's be honest.
But
That's a good point.
yeah,
What was
we
the other one?
And now Aqua has a spot open as well.
well,
S-
Aqua
it's
had a
cilantro.
spot open already.
Yeah, cilantro.
Yeah, because
Cilantro, there we go.
Oh, did they? I've forgotten.
Because of
Cilantro.
Gil.
Give another one then.
Cilantro.
Aqua's got two open.
Yeah, so now what I was gonna say, there was Gil, and now there's
cilantro.
apparently Penny left.
Oh, okay. If people
I saw
don't know
Penny
about
fly
it,
off
yeah,
into the sunrise today.
Yeah, I was over by the
Quite
tree
literally.
they're thinking of setting up here, and I saw him flying overhead. I thought he was just scouting, but they said, nope, he's gone. He ain't coming back.
As soon as he got his wings back, he left. I think he said goodbye to Solus.
This morning, apparently he was forced to go to the island or go to prison. Now that we're not on the island, he's technically free, so he left.
He went to see his mom,
Right, so
I see.
I think.
So the island where you were before based on was sort of like jail time for him. And now that he's no longer bound to this, he just decided, Just fly off?
I mean,
Like a bird out of a cage?
Oh no, I don't get it.
if his heart wasn't actually in it, that's. They're
Like a
not
bird out of a cage.
giving their
Also
full
worth
effort.
noting, Ignis also has a position open. I know up until now it's just been Aqua and Lumen, but
Why does Ignis have
quite
a
a few of
spot
the
open?
teams.
We had a.
I just heard through the grapevine they got an opening. I didn't.
They do.
Who left?
We had a conversation with Lafron about it.
Oh.
Zuko didn't leave.
He left a note, though.
Ah.
So if you're curious about the note, I'm pretty sure they'll be willing.
Oh.
Hello. I didn't realize he
What?
had...
Chill!
I just thought he was
Hey.
hiding a
Devil.
lot. I
Oh,
didn't
hey,
realize
that's
he...
a perfect time.
Hey.
I didn't realize he had gone. I just thought he was hiding a lot.
Good things, I hope.
Yes,
Yeah.
we were
All good things, all
gossiping.
good things.
No.
Impeccable
Okay,
timing,
good
really,
question.
because if he hadn't
I
left
still think
today,
your
then we'd
tail
have
is
to
very
add
cool,
him
you
to
know,
another
all good
team, and
things.
who knows where it would have been.
Are you from
Oh, goodness.
Fevira?
Right? Yes.
I didn't really
Nice
get out
from the
much, so I don't really know.
Colonials.
Yeah. I know
That was my
everyone
second
has,
guess.
like,
To be fair.
Were you guys taking guesses as to where he was from?
Just out of
Well,
curiosity,
well.
what's in that
Well, yeah.
bag
I
that you
bet
have
you guys will
tied
never
around
guess
the end
where
of your
I'm
tail?
Oh, it's
Rocks.
a mystery.
Droza.
Rocks.
Rocks? Just like
rocks.
Oh, I thought you said
Rocks.
drugs.
just
No,
ju-
that's
just
okay.
regular old rocks?
You told us already.
No, they're the best rocks that I can find.
Yeah,
It's
but I'm
kind of a
not wearing
custom,
my
at least in my village.
Oh.
We have a game that we play out of it.
Oh,
So you won't recognize me.
I see.
We find the best looking rocks, and then it's kind of like a battle.
I've never met this man in my life.
It's I don't know if you play chess, but it's something akin to like that, but like a little bit more basic.
Roughly know the concept. I haven't really ever gone to play. I've watched people. But that's actually really cool. Alright, bye. Don't
okay?
say anything.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
cat?
I'm fine.
You could at least...
Sure got up a
Could you say
Sonny,
goodbye?
could I grab you for a second?
Hasta luego!
Something happened?
Sure. Sure.
Like, I feel like I suddenly offended him by accident or something. I'm like, I'm just intrigued about the
I
rocks.
don't know what just happened.
I don't know. We started talking
It's
about
okay,
rocks.
you ate moss.
Did
That
you like
means
lose
you're a good
family to
person.
rocks or something? Or
I am now aware that
So what brings
eating
you
moss
to-
is a
what
measure
are
of
the
being a good
questions we always
person.
ask?
what brings you here? What's your
What
skill
brings you
set?
to Rosewood? Yeah, let's go through the usual list.
I made a promise to somebody that I'd be here.
Okay.
I don't really want to get into it.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Private matters.
What would you say your skill set is? You magically inclined?
Yeah. Magically inclined. I'm pretty mobile. Mostly offense, not a lot of defense on my end.
What kind of
I'm with you
magic?
there.
Like, what do you specialize in?
Fire affinity.
Fire.
Oh, another fire.
You'd
mage.
make good friends with Solace. He loves that stuff.
Oh, I showed
That's
him
the-
that sunset. Oh goodness. So I'm sorry.
That's the guy with the like one strand of hair, right? On the other side.
Yeah, on Terra. He is
Maybe I'll talk to
a
him tomorrow.
fire fanatic, and they don't really come around a lot during the day, but there's also this like little Filari in a green sweater. They'd love you.
Oh well.
Just
I have more people I gotta get to know.
Just show them any kind of fire, and you'll see what I mean.
It helps calm your mind if you make it into a tea. But I don't have any tea sets.
So I'm gonna ask you something that I think most folks
You
don't
can
ask.
also
I
eat
think
it.
I'm starting to
Doesn't
realize
come as
maybe
much.
actually a pretty important question. What do you do for fun?
Hold on to it for now then.
Oh, I don't know. I'm kind of boring. I like reading.
You collect cool rocks.
That's
You're with a lot of boring people then.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I think I'm the only one who's not a nerd on Lumen.
I don't know how to read.
What makes me a nerd?
You can read.
Good question.
Is
Or you think only because
is
you read
knowing
you're immediately
how
a
to
nerd?
read being a nerd?
Yes. In this specific case, that will likely change as of tomorrow when it's most convenient for me. Yes.
Right. Pick your battles, I guess. Fair enough, friend.
Pick your battles, define the rules entirely, leave the enemy scratching their head.
I will remember this.
You're right about the last part. I'll give you that
I'm
one.
a nerd.
Yes, you are.
Congratulations. Joined the
What about
club,
yourself, Fred?
apparently.
Can you even read or write?
But you're
Yeah,
cute,
I
so
got
it's
to do
fine.
math.
That's fair.
If I can't read, am I not a good nerd?
It's easier when you think about it as portions.
Just eat some moss. It makes you an even better person. You said so
You
yourself.
need to know how many portions you need for potions, right? You don't want to accidentally blow yourself up.
I mean, when you think about it, on one hand, yeah, it's math, but you can kind of gauge that by, like, experience and with just counting by eye, right?
Over time, but knowing weights and how to measure them
I'm
and
gonna start brushing.
all that.
Nah, that's a different story. I'll give you that one.
Hi. I know we introduced ourselves earlier, but I'm Rin. I'm mobile too, and I do air magic. And as suggested, I'm a fan of brewing. I make some pretty mean mead, which I actually think we popped a bottle open for the noble if we want to
You got some pretty thick hair.
share that around.
Wait, you still have some stuff of that left, or?
Yeah, I think it got put back in the tent. What's up, Pip?
Won't stop me.
Question. What's a mead?
Shoot. You're about to find out.
Should we? I don't know if Pippin should,
Why?
If he wants to try it, he can try it.
I suppose.
I'll have a sip at
It's his
least.
decision. At the end of the day, I wouldn't want to take it
You
away
know what
from
alcohol
him.
is?
But
No.
Okay,
That's
it's
why.
a special type of poison that doesn't hurt, but it makes you feel kind of funny, and some people like it. Are you comfortable trying that?
I mean, yeah, I got King's Moss on
Was
me
that a
in
shooting
case
star?
it tries to kill me.
It shouldn't.
What was that?
It might burn a little bit going down.
might have
It
been a
tastes a little
spell.
funny, but it should be
Where?
also sweet. Mead is a good
I mean,
drink to
it
start with.
shot off from. Like it started down towards that way. Did you see it through this?
I did. I noticed a blue flash.
smells
but I
really
didn't comment
sweet.
on it.
I mean, I see a.
Okay. So I saw it in the
Was it
back.
more,
I
was
say I
it more
see-
ground-based or
If you
more
don't like it,
further
you
up?
could
I just see a
spit it out,
few
that's okay. You
stars
don't
up
have
in
to
the
go on.
sky.
Mountain silhouette.
There's
I
like
only saw
a
flash on the corner
there's
of
like
my
a
eye, so
really
thank you
bright
for
star
clarifying.
over there. It's pretty.
Your hair's so soft. What the heck? Ezra, what do you do to your hair?
It's sweet.
Soft.
I use soap. Special soap that I make with.
This is Jay's new player, Penny. Actually,
You want to try some?
like this guy was
I
Penny.
make it myself if you want to try it.
What is it?
Yes, please.
It's some of my
Zuko
meat.
is not
Not the hard-hitting
involved with
stuff.
Rosewood
alchemical
at
stuff.
present time.
Why are you gonna be so tall?
Yeah.
I don't really know the details. I just know that's the case.
It's not my fault.
You got a blank.
It's good. Thanks.
Here,
Nice weapon you
Céline,
have.
pass it around.
Are we sure?
Sure.
Okay. Excuse me.
Hey, I think I'm gonna retire for the night. Actually.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Alrighty, Roman.
Welcome back.
Good night.
By all means.
Yeah.
Fix yourself up.
Oh, nice.
Also,
Thank you. That's a nice sword you've got there.
Thank you. Also, my name's Céline, by the way. We people have introduced themselves like many times. Yeah, Céline. I've always been around whenever people were introducing themselves, and I always ended up being too timid to say anything.
He went to bed.
No worries.
The earlier incidents with...
This is pretty good.
Ulysses seems to have
Ulysses.
reminded him of some things.
Fuck. Yeah, he was
do you want
talking about Aether tech failures and stuff.
Yep. Barrett.
Yeah, major backfire. Do you have that?
Oh.
You want some?
Of course, thank you.
Oh, well, I was hoping you'd be able to just, braid it as it is, but...
that's...
No worries.
Hey,
This
Patches.
is how you like it.
Oh yeah, that does
You can come
definitely
over
hit
too.
home, I'll give you that.
I only took a little sip.
Come on.
Drink
If
on
you
me
want
about
to try a
as
bit
much
more,
as-
that's okay.
You
We're
can join
passing
us.
it around in a circle.
It's fine. I
Patches,
prefer
come
to
here.
take everybody have their own potion. Sonny, you want some as well?
Do you have
Yeah,
a
can you
place
bring
to
it here? I
sleep
don't,
tonight?
I don't want to lose my
Oh
place.
yeah, no worries. That's fine.
Stay.
There you go.
I stayed
Could I
up.
convince you...
I'm not feeding.
Could I,
Yeah. I'm kidding.
could I convince you to stay here instead? Just for tonight with Rowan? He's feeling a bit...
Shut the brush.
He's not feeling great right now. He could use some kind company.
Yeah. Did you give me the thingy?
Yes, you got the bottle with you.
I
The cork as well.
believe he's in the... Did he go into that tent?
He's in that tent.
His tent is behind me.
Okay.
This one.
Who else
You don't
is in
need
the
to go now,
tent with
Patches,
me?
but...
I was gonna say, you two are in there.
I was sleeping with Sonny.
We can stack up in the one.
What?
And best we can have a stunt back.
It's fine.
Pile on top of each other like a big old dog pile.
Pat. Come on. I
Who
don't
told
mind.
you?
I'm used to it.
Dog pile?
Yeah.
You joke about that, but Ren
a
and I
little on the nose, I
shared a
think,
bedroll,
right?
dog. It's comfy. It's comfy.
You sure shared it.
There's a
God.
certain degree of curiosity, but at the same time, I'm also like, that might be too warm almost.
Keep warm, right?
Vesper, did you have
It's
any?
good stuff.
Oh,
did you want it?
I only drink from religious occasions, really. I don't really
Gotcha.
like to... maybe
I
some
won't
other
pressure
time.
you.
No worries, no worries.
Maybe another time, Bryn.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You can have another sip. Go. Have fun.
Pippin, be careful.
It's
Did anybody
okay.
explain how
He has...
works to
He...
him?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
poison. If I don't drink too much, then I will be fine.
If you start
there's no
feeling
problem.
funny, let us know, okay?
Well, if you feel a little bit bad later and the king's
Oh,
mouse
it's
doesn't help,
spicy
just
that
get
time.
some water, because it has a habit
Also,
of dehydrating you.
Don't apply that logic to the rest of poisons, Pippin, alright? That's just for that poison in particular.
How many braids did you want?
Thank you.
By the way, Vesper.
I think one in the middle and two on the side.
Do you have any plans on how you're going to be able to make more of that
One in the middle,
stuff?
two on the side?
Or just any of your stuff in general?
Do you have any idea how much honey I took from the kitchens?
No? Do I want to know?
You sure you give me another reason to like you, Rin?
There was no honey left. I took it all. And then I proceeded to hide it throughout the boat so people wouldn't eat it while we were sailing.
I see. Very well.
That's one way to stash supplies, I understand.
Never mind.
Listen, this is what I make my alchemical bases out of.
No. Oh, that's okay.
So,
You know?
so do I have to expect that if we're ever outside and we're in combat, that if I take a potion
his
from
head the
you,
whole
you
time.
expect me to start slurring my speech and start tumbling all over the place?
Some.
There's one that
Most of the
does
potions are
that.
lower. Yeah, there's one that'll really do that to you. That's the purpose, though. I found them able to sort of like tailor which effects alcohol will hit you more than others. So, like,
Can you sit on the side?
I discovered it when I completely dehydrated myself.
At the back on the side.
That's
But
You got it.
that's one way to do it, I guess.
in turn, alcohol is a muscle relaxant, and it helps you roll off of hits. So I use it sort of like a shroud potion, sort of.
Interesting.
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it in action. She's not kidding. It really does do that.
Is that usually something for yourself, or do you usually create that for others as well?
Usually just for me, because it is, to be fair, pretty significant alcohol content, and it does burn off pretty fast, but I've noticed it does put some people on their ass.
That rhymes. The way I like to see it, I always like a good challenge, so I do not mind that. In the end of the day, never know.
Thank you.
That one. And now we're gonna move on to
Oh,
this
yeah.
one. Number 3.
There's actually... It's got me thinking, because we were talking about our next alchemical project, too. We were talking about improved mana potions. And we had 2 ideas. One was trying to gamble with magical mutations and reagents, which is going to take a bit of time to see if that's even worth investigating.
Yeah, that's
maybe attempting to merge it with stamina potions to try and strengthen the pathway so that we could release more mana with reckless abandon without accidentally making someone explode from the inside out. But the other idea is
it's very pretty. Yeah.
alcohol enters the bloodstream and then moves throughout the body. It goes basically everywhere, right? Brain, heart, lungs, in a roundabout way.
Makes sense.
So,
appreciate it.
The question is, does alcohol also pass through those pathways? If so, is there a more effective way of amplifying, like, the muscle relaxing factor, or, you know...
I feel like it would be kind of
the...
Well, I don't want to say dampening, like, the reception of, like, pain, because that might make it so that you're, like, pushing yourself without realizing it. But if the
just accidentally killing yourself.
If the pathways are like muscles, then perhaps that you might have a point there. As for if it passes through the pathways in one's body, I don't know. We could just get me like completely smashed and see if my water magic turns into alcohol magic.
Well, to be fair, Vesper.
That is.
I kind of thought you. I know you just said you only really drink for religious occasion, but you know how to focus poisons through your system and feel what they're doing. And Rowan can feel out people's arcane pathways. I figured between the 3 of us, if we got you drunk, we could actually identify whether or not this is insanity.
I mean, that would require him to get drunk, though.
I mean,
yeah, only if you're
drinking for the sake of progress, potentially.
Look at me.
Hey, it'd be one of the few times where people are applauding you drinking more than you probably should. It's a rare opportunity in life.
It's not from where I'm from, but you know what? We have different cultures.
I'll think about it, so...
Yeah.
Alright.
We don't have to, but just, you know.
That said, I do find the idea a good one to explore if it's possible. After all, one of the biggest things that occurred to us after all the stuff that went down was a lot of people having either mana poisoning or mana burn, if not both. So...
Some of our best healers can't heal right now because of it.
Yeah.
Sure, it's not just an elaborate reason to get drunk.
Well,
I
it
mean,
would be an elaborate reason to get me drunk.
If
I
the,
don't know what
I
that
mean,
would accomplish.
look,
reason to get
if
drunk.
that's the
You're just
case,
gonna do it.
you gotta appreciate the hustle.
Because you drink.
That they came up with this
Vesper
elaborate of a
explained to
backstory.
me
Sure,
that
Céline, if you want to say.
he has to sample his poisons to feel how they work to understand the magic. You showed me that you could channel it.
Yeah.
You're
I feel like
affected
I'm
by
gonna
it.
pass out sitting here, so I'm actually gonna go get sleep.
Alright.
Where are you staying?
Rest yourself
Nice
up.
meeting you.
Have a good night.
Rest easy.
Night, I'll
See you in the morning.
probably see if I can spend more time with you guys tomorrow and get to know you more.
Sure.
Take care.
Free to
Okay.
do
You're
so.
you're more than free to join in the
So,
great
if you need a tent,
digging
It's true.
project in the cave. Need some extra hands to probably get the
this is
material
photo
done.
in their tent now, so
Yeah.
they can
Yeah.
probably check in there.
Fuck my head in.
Yeah, if you need space, Ignis and Aqua are the best choices. You take care of yourself.
Take care.
I mean, we could triple up. I mean, we are more or less using.
We could literally
bedroll.
stack up
At
the
that point, we should just all bunk in a 110 right now. Like I feel like every time I hear this conversation, more people are.
All right, everybody.
Of course, I'm joking.
Completely comfortable with.
Rowan's feeling down. Cuddle puddle.
You
Let's
have
go.
already said that to me. I understand that. That's not what I was implying. I was just having.
I think we would find. I think we would end up knowing a side of Rowan that I don't think we'd like to get to know.
What do you
I
mean?
think he'd be extremely angry.
Oh.
What do you know that I
Rowan
don't?
sleeps alone in his tent, wonders where his entire team went, opens the flap, and we're just all just surrounded in a circle in there. That would be a sight.
You know, just
Standing around one person sleeping in the center of the tent, everyone else going hum.
A sleeping ritual for some sorts, huh?
Yes.
honestly, that would probably be the fast track to make me feel like I'm at home again, though, Ren.
Wait, people did that at your house?
If I'm being perfectly honest.
My siblings. We used to share a bed.
Oh, okay, you were talking about. I thought you were talking about what I said. I was like, please tell me you. I was just making that up.
Huh?
Never mind.
No, what did you say?
You're talking past each other. Don't worry.
Man, it sure.
No, it's okay.
It sure as hell is interesting seeing the arrows flying everywhere just misses. It's very funny, honestly. It's kind of entertaining in the night.
I mean,
on that note, I should say I was
the laughter is
Yuki's in a bit of a state. I was actually gonna see if maybe she wanted in on pack time.
Oh, pull up. Just come on over, girl. We got it.
What's packed?
Right.
I did notice you. I did notice you have a conversation with her, and is she alright?
What does that mean?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, I saw that she was taken aback by
Céline,
what happened with
You
Ulysses.
just need to be certain about your fellow canine.
Huh?
Get emotional reset.
Okay.
It does something. I don't know how to explain it. It does do
I always
something.
feel better when I'm
too.
around you, you know? Like, well, first of all, you're nice. Second of all, it's just like some sort of, like, internal refreshing, like...
Yeah. Like gravity.
Something like that. I don't know.
I think I follow, and at the same time, I couldn't be any more confused.
Then don't worry about
I
it.
guess it's
Okay.
just Verica things.
I guess it's
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I did want to poke my head in and make sure they're all okay, but last I saw, Ventus was basically bunking up in the infirmary.
Yeah, they're gonna be doing shifts to keep an eye on Ulysses. to see if she's
Unsurprisingly
stable.
so. But speaking of bunking, I think it's time for me to go to sleep. I've had an eventful day, and I could use a
Have a good night,
rest.
Céline. I mean, rest up.
I think it's that time. I'm gonna do my quick. Well, same bunk. Yeah, I'm down.
You're on bunk
That's it. I'm gonna do.
Don't I
You
get a
want?
say in this?
No.
Okay, come on.
Okay,
Well,
I think I'm out. You know what? I think I'm out.
no, I mean, I was joking because I'm actually okay with it out of the morbid curiosity of what it's like.
You know, if you wake up with pressure on your chest and suddenly there's two of us, you know what happened.
You know what? I've woken up in worse situations. I think I would welcome that.
Oh, bless your heart.
As